House will come back to order. The House will come back to order. House will come back to order. The sooner everybody's back in their seats, the sooner we can take this train out of the station and head home. Mr. Clerk, Clerk will read the caption to a group of privilege resolutions.
I don't have this list.
Congratulating and commending Johnny's Hideaway. Recognizing and commending the
Mr.
2020
Clerk, can we
class.
pull that out and vote separately?
Recognizing and commending the 2020 class of Bremen High School. Commemorating the 2019 Freaknik Festival and After 9 Partners Adult Health Fair. Honoring the life and memory of Breonna Taylor. Honoring the life and memory of Andre Moses White. Honoring the life and memory of Joyce Dupree White. Commending the Mableton Improvement Coalition. Recognizing the month of July 2020 as Fibroid Awareness Month at the state capitol. You want to read? Recognizing and commending Mayor Phil Best on his outstanding service as president of the Georgia Municipal Association. Good. Honoring the life and memory of Rayshard Brooks. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privilege resolutions.
What purpose does Chairman Dollar rise?
Speaker, I make a motion.
State your motion.
Make a motion that unnumbered resolution LC 1120542 be removed for further, so it can be further perfected.
Gentleman has moved that the unnumbered resolution be withdrawn and held back for further work. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and it is so ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the remainder of the privilege resolutions? The chair hears none, and the resolutions are adopted. All right, Mr. Clerk, let's ring the bell. We need members and we need people who are carrying bills to report here. We're going to be here longer than I had hoped to keep you. We can stay till midnight. Chair recognizes Chairman Tanner for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 511.
Chairman Tanner has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 511. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 511 to be titled an act to amend titles 32, 36, 45, 48, and 50 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to highways, bridges, and ferries, local governments.
Chair recognizes Chairman Tanner to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess it was last year now. It's kind of hard to keep up with the dates since it's been an extended session, but we had a lot of conversations around House Bill 511 dealing with transit in rural Georgia. But what you have before you today is fairly straightforward and simple. It's been condensed down to really just address a couple of things. One, we created through House Bill 930 the ATL a few years ago, and one of the things that the ATL board has requested is some cleanup language around their voting procedures for members, for new members. We've had issues of whether or not where they wanted to meet for those votes, whether or not you could call in, or whether or not you could have a proxy, or whether or not you could do it over the phone. So this just cleans it up and makes it simple across the board, the same at every meeting. It also says that the new board members, the election will be held during the time the General Assembly is in session. It'll be held here at the Capitol because the majority of the members voting for that are legislators. So it'll be held during the regular session of the General Assembly here at the Capitol. If a vacancy occurs outside the General Assembly time, then the chairman of that the chairman of the ATL will call for the meeting, and the meeting will either be held here at the Capitol or it will be held somewhere within the district that the election is occurring for. So that's there. It also makes it clear that in order to vote, the voting will be done by secret ballot. There'll be no proxies, no teleconferences, no technology, or appointing another member to vote for you. So if you want to vote, you've got to be there in person to do that. Again, making it clear on the front end, fair and across the board for everybody. And then it also, one of the things actually is really unnecessary at this point because we've already voted on this in another piece of legislation, but it's in this bill at the very end, the last section, Section 6. If you remember in House Bill 170, there was the indexing that's done. Right now, that index is lower because of the economy, so it's actually lower than typical. But this extends the consumer pricing index out for motor vehicle fuel to 2025. It's set to expire July 1st, 2022. Again, we've already voted on that in another bill that's already passed out of this House and out of the Senate and is now over in the at the governor's office, and that was House Bill 1098, I believe, that's passed this chamber already. So be glad to answer any questions. Again, this used to be a very complicated bill, but it's come down to really just cleaning up ATL language around the election process. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to answer questions.
Chair recognizes Chairman Martin to your left for a question.
Chairman Tenner, you yield.
I do.
I have a question. It took me a minute to find the bill, and it's probably right there in front of me, but I'll ask it for brevity to be clear. Isn't it true that I'm concerned about the calling of the meetings when we're out of session? We had, trying to deliver this in the form of a question, isn't it true we had an issue with that happening this year where there was a poll done of where members could come, and the feeling was, depending on who could come on what day, was where the members where the meeting was called, and then there was an issue around could you vote electronically. I understand, isn't it true, the gentleman's taking care of that with the bill if you can't vote electronically. I just would ask that there's notice given and the chair will call the meeting and you will be there. It won't be a poll to see who can come on what day, and then the meeting would be called. So could you articulate how that's done a little bit, or point me to that in the bill? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'll be glad to. It's actually going to be done by the chair if it's outside the time of the General Assembly meeting. If it's during the time a normal election will take place during the months we're here at the General Assembly, that will always occur at the Capitol. If there's a vacancy that occurs, then the chair of the actual ATL, not the chair of one of the county commissions, but the chair of the ATL, who's appointed by the governor, so it'll be an independent person, will call the election, and that call of the election will be done either here at the Capitol or at another place within the district, and there'll be at least 7 calendar days notice given stating the time, the place, and the purpose of the meeting. So that would be called by the ATL chair either here at the Capitol or at another place designated at the call of the chair at least 7 days in advance. And again, you have to be present to vote. And that, just for quick reference, that would be lines 88 through 90 would give you would show you the information around the call of the meeting. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to answer another question if there is one.
I do not see any.
Mr. Speaker, with that, I would ask for your favorable consideration to agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 511. Thank you.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 511, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Manelowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Evstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens, Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, Marin, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague, Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett,
Yes.
Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson, Dukes, Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon, Green,
Yes.
Gullett,
Yes.
Jones, J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby,
Yes.
Lott,
Yes.
Mathis,
Yes.
Metz, Momtahan, Park,
Yes.
Pruitt,
Yes.
Rogers, Singleton.
No.
Stovall.
Yes.
Williams R.
Yes.
Beasley Teague. Bodie. Bruce. Cannon. Carpenter. Clark H. Dickerson. Drenner. Dreyer. Dukes. Evans. Fry. Gordon. Harrell. Howard. Jones V. Metz. Mitchell. Morris M. Powell. Ridley. Thomas E. Welch.
Members will examine the board and make sure that it is correct. Representative Mitchell votes yes. Any others? Howard, Representative Howard votes yes. Any others? Any others? Clerk will lock the machines on the gentleman's motion. The ayes are 149, the nays are 8. And this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 511. We're going back now to the rules calendar. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 340.
Senate Bill 340 by Senator Beach, the 21st, Donzel, the 27th, Black of the 8th, Martin of the 9th, Brass the 28th, and others, being entitled an act to amend Chapter 4, Title 1 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to holidays and observances, so as to provide that September 1 of each year shall be Childhood Cancer Awareness Day in Georgia. This bill having referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Silcox to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present Senate Bill 340. This bill simply states that September 1st is officially designated in the code as Childhood Cancer Awareness Day, which seems insignificant, but which in fact I have come to learn will allow our nonprofit organizations that raise money in this area to raise substantially more funds to hopefully cure these illnesses of childhood cancer, of which I am a survivor. So I respectfully ask for your favorable consideration on Senate Bill 340. If there are no questions, I'll yield the well.
I do not see any questions. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines.
Alexander, Anulowicz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokas, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, Laricchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernal, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Kausch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, Marin, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams M., Wilson, Beasley Teague, Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson, Dukes, Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon, Green,
Yes.
Gullett, Jones, J.B., Kirby,
Yes. Yes.
Lott,
Yes.
Mathis,
Yes.
Metz, Momtahan, Park,
Yes. Yes.
Rogers, Singleton, Stovall,
Yes.
Williams R.,
Yes.
Alexander, Allen, Anulowitz, Beasley Teague, Carpenter, Carter, Drenner, Dukes, Evans, Gordon, Harrell, Holly, Houston, Jackson M., Jones T., Kennard, McCall, McLean, Metz, Wen, Paris, Powell, Sharper, Smith M., Tankersley, Tanner, Wilkerson.
Members will make sure the board is correct, and the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of Senate Bill 340, the ayes are 159, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes Representative Perkle for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House agree to the Senate substitute of HB 780.
Representative Perkle moves that this House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 780. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 780 to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 50:1634 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating the powers and duties of the State Properties Commission generally.
Chair recognizes Representative Perkle to explain the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a really good bill. The only changes that the Senate made to this bill involve tightening up the language regarding the utilities. This has to do with property that is the easements for. Boy, I am really tongue-tied on this one, Mr. Speaker, and it's a simple bill. But when we have an easement, a utility easement, it does not require an outside appraisal if it is solely and directly benefiting the state. Tightens up the language. It's a good bill. Thank you, sir.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 780, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Hanulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkle, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, Marin, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Huen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague, Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes,
Yes.
Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon, Green,
Yes.
Gullett,
Yes.
Jones, J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby,
Yes.
Lott,
Yes.
Mathis,
Yes.
Metz, Momtahan, Park,
Yes.
Pruitt, Rogers, Singleton, Stovall,
Yes.
Williams R.,
Yes.
Anulowitz, Beasley Teague, Carpenter, Clark H., Clark J., Drenner, Frazier, Gilligan, Gordon, Harrell, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Jones V., McCall, McLean, Metz, Oliver, Paris, Pullen.
Members will look at the board and make sure it's accurate. And the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 780, the ayes are 162, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed. Chair recognizes Representative Reeves for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitution to House Bill 846.
Representative Reeves has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 846. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 846 to be titled an act to amend Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to revenue and taxation so as to provide that interest paid on refunds of overpayment of taxes and past due taxes shall be equal to the bank prime loan rate.
Chair recognizes Representative Reeves to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is going to be my last time up here today, I hope. So, but House Bill 846, this is a bill that has combined a few other matters. The first part of this is the annual IRC revenue code update, and it has actually been updated since we updated it earlier this year in January. It now includes the CARES Act and the March 27th, 2020 date that corresponds with that. This is the thing we do every year that gets us in compliance with federal code, and if this doesn't pass, then it actually has a fiscal impact of approximately $154 million to Georgia taxpayers. So this compliance is very important. Second part of the bill is actually the underlying bill, which is Representative Corbett's bill about direct pay permits, which this body passed overwhelmingly already earlier this session. And that just simply takes something that's in DOR rules and regulations and moves it to code. The other two aspects of this bill are two of the things that we are, obviously everybody in this room is aware we're in new times and we're in life in the COVID era, and our state has been trying very hard to do what we can to work with businesses and also to make sure that we're prepared for future flare-ups, which I think we all realize that until there's a vaccine, that is going to be part of our life and what we deal with. And this bill is offering some great things. The first deals with PPE. This bill creates a tax credit for jobs that for businesses that produce PPE items. Obviously, everybody in this room hit some point in March or April where you were being contacted daily by folks in your district needing PPE and how to get it. What Georgia needs to do is establish that we produce and we create and manufacture PPE here in Georgia. And so this bill adds a very simple $1,250 tax credit for a job that is directly involved in the manufacture and creation of PPE. The other thing that this bill does is obviously everyone's district, there's no immunity here. Everybody's district across the state has many businesses that have suffered greatly. And there's been a program in Georgia for almost 20 years called the Job Tax Credits and the Quality Job Tax Credit programs that establishes tiers of tax credits when jobs are created in areas, and the more rural and economically challenging districts they are, or counties they are, the more the benefit that they are eligible for, and it's a sliding scale. And so what this part of the bill does is every business, whatever their 2019 number was, which is based on the number of employees, there's a corresponding tax credit that's based on whatever their 2019 tax credit was. And what the state is going to do is we're going to go ahead and allow businesses that receive that to receive that same number in 2020 and 2021. And this is, we've got to do something, and this is something that we can do to try to help our businesses as they rebound from the COVID devastation. Mr. Speaker, with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
You have questions. Chair recognizes Chairman Knight to your right for a question.
To the gentleman, do you yield?
I do.
Do you understand that CPAs and tax preparers across the state of Georgia are quite nervous and quite anxious to get this IRC update?
Yeah, I've definitely been made to understand that.
I know that unusual times, in fact, it's the first time, little trivia, since 1955 that the text deadline has not been on April 15th or a day or two before, depending on weekend or holiday. So indeed, uncertain times, but as far as the profession and making sure that the Georgia taxpayers and the preparers who are helping them have certainty, I certainly want to thank you for the IRC update part of this. And again, I want to make sure everyone knows that that dollar figure that you just said, the $55 million has been included in the governor's revenue estimate, and we need to get this out there ASAP.
That's right.
July 15th is right upon us.
Thank you for that. And yes, I know that there are several CPAs in the room, yourself, Representative Wilkerson, Representative Carson, and I do understand how important this is for the CPA world. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for another question.
Chair recognizes Representative Carson. He waives. Chair recognizes Representative Jasmine Clark to your right up in the gallery for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Just for clarification, does this bill create a new tax credit for PPE?
It does.
Manufacturers?
That's correct.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes.
Do we have any idea the fiscal impact of a new tax credit?
The fiscal impact of this, since the proposal includes hand sanitizer, the fiscal impact is a range of 4.3 to, I believe, 13.1 million is the range. It's highly unlikely that we will see the higher end of that range, and it's simply because the tax credit is only $1,250 per job. So it's more likely, we'll obviously know in time, but it is more likely that that will be towards the lower end of that estimation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield the well. Let's get this important bill passed, everybody. Thank
On
you.
the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 846, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Anulowicz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Evstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yurda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, Marin, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaud, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague, Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner, Burchett, Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes, Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard, Gordon,
No.
Green,
Yes.
Gullett,
Yes.
Jones, J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby,
Yes.
Lott,
Yes.
Mathis,
Yes.
Metz, Momtahan, Park,
No.
Pruitt, Rogers, Singleton,
No.
Stovall,
Yes.
Williams R., Beasley Teague,
Yes.
Bennett, Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Drenner, Dukes, Donahue, Gordon, Howard, Jones S., McCall, McLaurin, Metz, Oliver, Paris, Petrie, Perkel, Pruitt, Rutledge, Schofield, Scott, Sharper, Smyrie, Thomas A.M., Thomas E., Trammell, Welsh, Wilkerson, Wilson.
Members will look at the board and make sure that it is correct. Clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 110, the nays are 58, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 846.
He does 1020 is back figure. He waived.
Chair recognizes Representative Gravely for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to move on House Bill 1020 to disagree. I want to tell you why right fast, because we sent over a real good bill, and we, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Gravely has moved that this House disagree to the Senate substitute, House Bill 1020. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1020 being entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to driver's licenses so as to provide for license suspension for conviction of drug-related offenses.
Chair recognizes Representative Gravely to explain his motion.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. When House Bill 1020 left this House, it had bipartisan support. We were simply asking for a risk reduction program for those charged with DUI to hold them accountable for a limited driving permit. The Senate added 2 amendments, which I very much agreed with. One of the amendments was to allow for drug-related offenses to be eligible for the limited driving permit. Also, it added for third-party testing for driver's tests, which would have greatly helped us during the COVID-19 pandemic and would have lightened the burden to the state by allowing third-party testers to give the driving test. However, they removed the ALS risk reduction component to it. So what happened was they broadened the eligibility for a limited driving permit by and then also removed the accountability component that we had added. So therefore, we're going to move to disagree.
On the gentleman's motion that the House disagree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1020, is there objection? Is there objection? The chair hears none, and this House has disagreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1020. Chair recognizes for a point of personal privilege Representative Terry Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow. The other day I said it was my last time in the well. Like Tom McCall, I guess I was wrong. But I stand before you today, and Mr. Speaker, with your introduction, you paid me the greatest compliment in the world when you called me Representative Terry Rogers. You know, I sit there and I look around, and we have Mr. Speaker, we have Mr. Leader, we have Mr. Whip, Chairman. But the greatest compliment that any of us carry is the title of Representative, because it represents the people. And speaking of Mr. Leader, Mr. Burns, I will tell you, Mr. Representative, I will tell you that I have teased you much about the only vote I ever really wish I had back was voting for you. You know that's not true. You've done a phenomenal job, and I appreciate you. And Madam Pro Tem, I don't mean to leave you out in the title thing, but seriously, Representative is a great thing. You know, as I park my car every morning during session and I come across here, I walk across and I look up at the Gold Dome, and I look at Lady Freedom up there, and I think about what that means to the people of the state of Georgia, but especially what it means to me. And I say a little prayer, and I ask God for His wisdom, and I ask Him for guidance so that we can do the right thing, ask Him for protection. It is truly, truly one of the greatest things in the world to represent the people of Georgia, and it's something that I hope everyone remembers. You know, almost 10 years ago, people of District 10 sent me down here. And I can remember being in this well and being sworn in because it was a special election. And I just thought, wow, this is one of the greatest things in the world. But then I look back on that 10 years and I think, what have we accomplished? And wow, what a ride it has been for the state of Georgia. And I want to recap some of the things that we've done together. For 7 straight years, Georgia has been the #1 state in the nation for business. We have created close to 900,000 new private sector jobs. We have fully funded QBE. We have had one of the lowest unemployment rates in the state's history until lately, and we all know what happened there. Something totally and completely beyond our control. We have taken a prison system and a judicial system and turned it around and become the height of the nation. We've just done some phenomenal things for the people of Georgia. We've passed tax cuts that have benefited every Georgian. We've protected the unborn. We've strengthened Second Amendment rights. I know some people disagree. That's my opinion. But we have truly all worked together to do great things in our own way. And I thank you all for giving me the opportunity to be a part of that. You know, there's so many people to thank as I stand here today. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the good Lord for giving me the opportunity to be here. As a kid growing up on military bases across the world, I saw the sacrifices that were necessary to keep this country great. I experienced those. And I thought someday I'd like to be able to give back, and God has truly blessed me by giving me that opportunity. I'd like to thank my wife and my kids. 10 years ago, like I said, when I was sworn in, they were here with me. And, it's just been crazy. Things have changed. At that time, my daughter-in-law, Amy, was pregnant with our first grandchild. We now have 8. And it's just been a true blessing. Have they suffered along the way? Yeah. There's no one in here whose family has not borne the brunt of you being away from them at times. So always be grateful for them. I've had the pleasure and the honor of serving as a floor leader back-to-back, some people think I'm crazy, for 2 great governors, Governor Nathan Deal and Governor Brian Kemp. I think that history will record that Nathan Deal will go down as one of the greatest governors in Georgia history, and Brian Kemp is well on his way towards making his own mark. I've also had the pleasure of serving with great leadership, including this man behind me. Speaker David Ralston has been the glue that has held this legislature and this House together. He's done things through thick and thin to make certain that this House is always the leader, cohesive. We try to get along, and he has been just a great leader. Governor Deal, Governor Kemp, Speaker Ralston, and others have all served as mentors towards me, but more importantly, they've served as my friend, and I thank them for that. It's to the rest of you, to my colleagues, all of you. It's kind of a tough sort of situation for me because there's so many people in here that I'm so very close to that I want to name out. But I can't, because if I do, I'm going to miss somebody, and I don't want to do that. There is not a person in this room, whether we agree or disagree, that I don't have tremendous respect for and love for. We are truly a family in this body. And we've been through some tough times together, but there is nothing that can't be accomplished if we don't work together. To my friends out in the hall, they've been great. They have been sources of information. They've been sources of friends. They're a valued asset to us. We're all part of a teamwork here together. We're part of a family. To the staff of this great legislature, now I say that I don't want to point at one person in particular, but I'm going to break my own rule right now. Thomas James, my administrative assistant, is absolutely phenomenal. I wish I could clone her. She, for 6 years now, I tell you what, she has always answered the call. Sometimes state employees get a bad rap. Not this one right here. She's great. To the people of the 10th District, they've blessed me. They've sent me down here 5 times, and they're great people, and I just a tremendous amount of gratitude. A lot of people have asked me, what's ahead? Well, the answer is, I don't know. You know, it's kind of crazy. I do know that I'm very excited about an opportunity that Governor Kemp has given me to chair the Film, Music, and Digital Entertainment Commission. I look forward to that. I was talking with someone the other day and said, you know, you're the only person I know that doesn't have a plan necessarily for leaving here. Well, that's probably true. I'm the only person I know that is leaving an $18,000 a year job to take a job that pays nothing and voted myself a pay cut on the way out. So, you know, there's a lot to be said about that. So, but I am excited about the future ahead, and I will tell you that I'll be back and I'll be seeing you somewhere around. As I leave, I'd like to leave you with a little bit of advice or a little bit of guidance, and I think it's something that we can all benefit from. The speaker gave it to us when we were doing the Rural Development Council, and it's the first motto of the colony of Georgia. It was put together by the trustees of the state, along with General Oglethorpe. And it's something that I think every one of us could try to live up to. The motto is not for self, but for others. If we keep that in mind, I think we're going to do okay. I'm going to leave you with a quote from General Douglas MacArthur during his farewell speech. He said, "Old soldiers never die, they just sort of fade away." Well, I think the same can be said for legislators. It's time for this legislator to fade away, and I'll leave you with that. God bless the United States of America and this great state. Thank you for everything. I'll see you around. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Chair recognizes Representative Chokus for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we agree with the Senate substitute to House Bill 901.
Representative Chokus has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 901. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 901 to be titled Act to amend Part 1 of Article 1 of Chapter 23 of Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions regarding the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority.
Chair recognizes Representative Chokus to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This body passed House Bill 901 with only one dissenting vote. The Senate has added language in its substitute that basically codifies the governor's executive order. Basically what this does is allow the state treasurer to invest bond proceeds in money market funds for a higher return. That's it. With that, if there are no questions, I'll yield the will and ask for favorable consideration.
You do not appear to have any questions. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 901, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Anulowicz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Benton, Bennett, Bentley, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, F. Strachan, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchet, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkle, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens, Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, Marin, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Huen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaud, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague, Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes,
Yes.
Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Green, Gullett,
Okay.
Jones,
Yes.
J.B., Kirby,
Yes.
Lott,
Yes.
Mathis,
Yes.
Metz,
Yes.
Momtahan, Park,
Yes.
Pruitt, Rogers, Singleton, Stovall,
Yes. Yes.
Williams R.,
Yes.
Barr, Beasley Teague,
Yes.
Bodie, Burns, Cannons, Dollar, Dreyer, Efstration, Fleming, Frazier, Gardner, Gravely, Green, Henson,
Yes.
Jackson M., Jones J.B., Jones V., Kennard, Larikia, Mathiak, Momtahan, Nelson,
Yes.
Wen, Paris, Prince, Reeves, Rogers,
Yes.
Rutledge, Smith V, Thomas A.M., Walensky, Williams A, Williams M.F., Williamson.
Members will check the board and make sure it's accurate. And the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute House Bill 901, the ayes are 168, the nays are 1, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute. Chair recognizes Chairman Gerald Green for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 1167.
Chairman Green has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 1167. Clerk will read the caption.
House Resolution 1167 authorizing conveyance of certain state-owned real property located in Glynn County.
Chair recognizes Chairman Green to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we left here in March, we had passed over House Resolution 1167, which is the annual conveyances for the state properties of the state of Georgia. The Senate has added their conveyances to the bill, to the House resolution, and you will see those listed there for Charlton and Doherty and Fulton and Gwinnett, Hall, Miller, Paulding, and Richmond County. Mr. Speaker, if there's no questions, I'll yield the well.
You do not appear to have any questions. On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute, House Resolution 1167, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Anulowicz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Evstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, Laricchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yurda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague,
Yes.
Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett,
Yes.
Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell, Cantrell,
Yes. Yes.
Dickerson, Dukes,
Yes.
Gamble, Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Green, Gullett,
Yes.
Jones, J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby,
Yes.
Lott, Mathis,
Yes.
Metz, Momtahan, Park, Pruitt,
Yes.
Rogers, Singleton, Stovall,
Yes.
Williams R.,
Yes.
Cannon, Dempsey, Dickerson, Dollar, Estration, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Henson, Hitchens, Holcomb, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones J., Jones T., Kendrick, Mathiak, McLaurin, Metz, Nelson, Oliver, Parrish, Reeves, Rogers, Scott, Setzler, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Thomas E.
Members will look at the board and make sure that it's accurate. And the clerk will lock the machine on the gentleman's motion. The ayes are 167, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 1167. Chair recognizes Chairman Dollar for a motion.
Speaker, I move that we agree to House Bill 1037 as amended, as a Senate substitute.
Chairman Dollar has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1037. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1037 to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48740.26 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the Georgia Entertainment Industry Investment Act.
Chair recognizes Chairman Dollar to explain his motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this is the film tax credit update bill. It's very similar to the version we sent over to the Senate. They didn't add anything new. I guess they thought it was a little bit too perfect, so they did remove some language. But I've talked to both Economic Development and Department of Revenue, and they've told me that they can implement this bill in this version. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll take any questions.
You do not appear to have any questions.
Thank you.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1037, those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Allen, Anulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Evstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones, Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, Laricchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Bazemore, Bernal, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Kausch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaud, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague,
Yes.
Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner, Burchett,
Yes.
Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes, Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Green, Gullett,
Yes. Yes.
Jones, J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby,
Yes.
Lott, Mathis,
Yes.
Metz,
Yes.
Momtahan, Park,
Yes.
Pruitt, Rogers, Singleton, Stovall,
Yes. Yes.
Williams R.,
Yes.
Allen, Barr, Buckner, Cannon, Carson, Chokus, Dukes,
Yes.
Frazier, Gardner, Hogan, Holland, Houston, Jones J., Jones T., LaHood, McCall, Momtahan, Morris G., Newton, Paris, Rogers, Tarvin, Thomas A.M., Williams A., Williamson.
Representative Tarvin. Representative Ridley, you voted? Are you changing your vote? You're changing your vote. All right, anybody else? Any other members? What purpose does Representative Holland rise?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Rule 133, I ask to be recused from this vote.
Lady has that right, and the journal will so reflect. The clerk will lock the machines. On the motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1037, the ayes are 154, the nays are 10, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1037. Chair recognizes Chairman Silcox for a motion.
I make a motion, Mr. Speaker, that we agree to the substitute for House Bill 1090.
Chairman Silcox has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1090. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1090 to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 34 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions regarding labor and industrial relations so as to revise provisions regarding employers' obligation to provide break time for an employee.
Chair recognizes Chairman Silcox to explain the motion.
I bring to you the substitute to House Bill 1090 this afternoon. This bill, there were actually 3 different versions of this bill, and so I worked over the break actually to perfect this bill so it is consistent with federal law. It's still substantially the same bill. It is going to require all employers to provide a space other than a restroom for women to express breast milk, thus ensuring that all of our babies in Georgia get the very best nutrition they can, and hopefully we will have lower health care costs in the future. There is an exception for small companies with less than 50 employees if it imposes an undue burden on that employer. If there are no questions, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the well.
Don't appear to have any questions.
I'll yield the well. Thank you.
On the lady's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1090, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines.
Alexander, Anulowicz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokas, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernal, Cannon, Carter, Clark D, Clark J, Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D, Jones S, Jones T, Jones V, Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B, Moore C, Morris M, Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaud, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M, Thomas A M, Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams MF, Williams N, Wilson, Beasley Teague, Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner, Burchett,
Yes.
Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes, Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Gullett, Jones JB, Kirby,
Yes.
Lott, Mathis,
Yes.
Metz,
Yes.
Momtahan, Park, Pruitt,
Yes.
Rogers, Singleton, Stovall,
Yes.
Williams R,
Yes.
Anulowitz, Barr, Beasley Teague,
Yes.
Beverly, Carter, Clark H, Cook, Cooper, Davis, Dempsey, Dukes,
Yes.
Donahue, Fleming, Gaines, Gilligan, Gullett,
Yes.
Howard, Jones T, Kendrick, Kennard, Kirby,
Yes.
Lott, Meeks, Newton, Nix, Petrie, Perkel, Setzler, Singleton, Smyrie, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Walensky.
Okay, members will look at the board, make sure it's accurate. The clerk will lock the machine. On the motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1090, the ayes are 150, the nays are 13, and this House has agreed. Chair recognizes Representative Gravely.
Mr. Speaker, I would move that the House insist on House Bill 1020 and request that a conference committee be enacted.
Representative Gravely moves that the House insist on its position in disagreeing to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1020 and that a committee of conference be appointed. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1020 to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to driver's licenses to provide for license suspension for conviction of drug-related offenses.
Is there any objection to the gentleman's motion? The chair hears none, and this House has insisted the chair appoints as a committee of conference Representative Gravely of the 67th, Chairman Alan Powell of the 32nd, and Representative Montahan of the 17th. Yeah. Chair recognizes Chairman Jaspers for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion that the House agree to the conference committee report on Senate Bill 68.
Chairman Jaspers has moved that the court of Chairman Jaspers has moved that the House adopt the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 68. The clerk will read the Conference Committee report.
The committees of conference on SB 68 recommend that both the Senate and the House of Representatives receive from their positions that the attached committees of conference substitute to SB 68 be adopted. For the Senate, Sims of the 12th, Martin of the 9th. For the House, Jaspers the 11th, Tanner of the 9th, Stovall of the 74th.
Chair recognizes Chairman Jaspers to explain the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 68.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The conference committee has 4 bills in it that you all have heard. One of the best ones in Section 1, Freddie Powell Sims, is creating a financial management system for school systems. If they have irregularities in their thing, it really shows how they're going to deal with it, requires training. It's a great addition to what school systems do in financial. Section 2 is Chairman Tanner's House Bill 32. It's that language moving the chief turnaround officer to the Georgia Department of Education from the state board. Section 3 is Chairman Minton's bill, House Bill 86, regarding teacher performance ratings. We've talked about that a number of times. And Section 4 is Representative Montahan's bill. They will all appreciate that the language that each school board shall provide public comment during every monthly meeting. And that's my bill. I'll be glad to answer any questions, Mr. Speaker.
On the adoption, you have no questions.
Thank you. I yield the will and ask for your favorable consideration.
On the adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 68, all those in favor of the adoption will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine.
Alexander, Anulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Huen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaud, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley T., Bonner, Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett,
Yes.
Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes,
Yes.
Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Green, Gullett,
Yes.
Jones, J.B., Kirby,
Yes.
Mathis,
Yes.
Metz, Momtahan,
Yes.
Park, Pruitt, Rogers, Singleton, Stovall, Williams
Yes.
R.,
Yes.
Allen, Barr, Beasley Teague.
Yes.
Bruce. Cannon. Carter. Clark D. Cook. Dempsey. Dryer. Donahue. Estration. England. Gaines. Green.
Yes.
Hatchett. Hobson. Houston. Howard. Jackson D. Jackson M. Jones JB.
Yes.
Jones S. Jones T. Jones V. McLean. Metz. Newton. Wen. Petrie. Powell. Reeves. Ridley. Rogers. Rutledge. Sharper. Smith M. Smyrie. Tarvin. Thomas E.
Members will look at the board and make sure it's correct. Chairman Barr is upstairs. Did we get him? Who is that trying to vote? Chairman Newton is voting yes. Any others? Any others? Clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 68. The ayes are 159, the nays are 3, and this House has adopted the Conference Committee report. Chair recognizes Representative Wiedauer for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House move to agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 855.
Representative Wiedauer has moved that this House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 855. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 855 to be entitled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 6 of Chapter 2, Title 20, the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to educational programs, so as to direct the State Board of Education to determine eligibility criteria for foster care students to receive special education and related services.
Chair recognizes Representative Wiedauer to explain his motion.
Colleagues, this is House Bill 855, which passed out of here 166-0 and out of the Senate 49-0. It merely places immediacy on the evaluation of foster care students as they come into school. This just changes the date from January 1, 2021 to August 1, 2021.
You do not appear, maybe you do have a question.
I'll yield for one.
Is that Representative Saines?
Does the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Isn't it true that this representative makes as good of a roommate as he does a lawmaker, and that this bill reflects it?
I'm sure the gentleman knows which of what he speaks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 855, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Anulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokas, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houst, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Morris C., Morris M., Nelson, Huen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaud, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams M., Wilson, Beasley Teague, Beasley Teague,
Yes.
Bonner, Buckner, Burchett, Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes,
Yes.
Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Gullett, Jones, J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby,
Yes.
Lott,
Yes.
Mathis,
Yes.
Metz,
Yes.
Momtahan, Park,
Yes.
Pruitt, Rogers, Singleton, Stovall, Williams R,
Yes.
Allen, Bazemore, Buckner, Clark D, Collins, Cook, Fry, Gravely, Houston, Howard, Hughley, McLaurin, Momtahan, Newton, Ridley, Rogers, Singleton, Stovall, Taylor, Thomas E. Williamson.
Members will look at the board and make sure that it is accurate. Clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 164, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 855. Chair recognizes Representative Gaines for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1070.
Representative Gaines has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1070. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1070 to be titled, an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 3 of Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to condominiums so as to provide new insurance policy disclosure requirements for condominium associations.
Chair recognizes Representative Gaines to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1070, this body passed 157 to 4 back in March. The Senate made very minor clarification language that doesn't alter any parts of the bill, and unanimously passed it earlier this week. And that's the only changes. I yield the will.
You do not appear to have any questions. On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1070, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Anulowicz, Ballinger, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Hobby, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Morris C., Morris M., Nelson, Huen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague, Bonner,
Yes. Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell, Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes,
Yes.
Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Gullett, Jones J.B., Kirby,
Yes.
Lott,
Yes.
Mathis, Metz, Momtahan, Park, Pruitt, Rogers, Singleton, Stovall,
Yes.
Williams R.,
Yes.
Barr, Clark D., Cook, Dempsey, Dubnik, England, Howard, Jones J.B., Jones
Yes.
T., Kelly, Martin, McCall, McLean, Morris M., Paris, Rhodes, Rogers, Setzler, Smyrie. Stovall. Tanner. Taylor. Thomas E. Williams A.
Members will look at the board and make sure it's correct. Clerk will lock the machine on the gentleman's motion. The ayes are 162, the nays are 1, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1070. This House will be in recess until 5:50 p.m.
10 minutes. He emphasized that.
Okay.
It'll be immediately.
The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Chairman Smith for an announcement.
Thank you, ma'am. The Rules Committee will meet in 5 minutes. Thank you. 5 minutes in room 341.
Chairman, you can even do it sooner if you'd like.
I'll meet you there as soon as we can get there. Or as soon as I can get there. Thank you.
The chairman has announced a rules meeting immediately, and the House will be at ease until 6:10.
House will come back to order. House will come back to order. The clerk will ring the bell.
Recognizing and commending Reverend Edward Spencer Reynolds. Recognizing and commending the Frank and Joe Show. Recognizing and commending Brood Hawk LLC, honoring the life and memory of Ravi Zacharias. Recognizing and commending Dr. Mark Armstrong. Recognizing and commending Yvonne Sade Jones. Commending Daniel Rodriguez. Commending Monica Ray Simpson. Commending Marshall Rancifer. Congratulating Ashley and David Stamper on the birth of their daughter. Recognizing and commending Representative Brenda Lopez on her outstanding public service. Recognizing and commending Representative J. Craig Gordon on his outstanding public service. Recognizing and commending Representative Valencia Stovall on her outstanding public service. Recognizing and commending Representative Pat Gardner on her outstanding public service. Recognizing and commending Representative Abel Mabel Thomas on her outstanding public service. Recognizing and commending Representative Pamela Dickerson on her outstanding public service. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privileged resolutions.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the privilege resolutions? The chair hears none. The resolutions are adopted. All right, we're back on the doing business. Can we ring the bell? Chair recognizes Representative Gaines for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 521.
Representative Gaines has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 521. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 521 to be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 11, Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to licenses for the practice of dentistry so as to authorize temporary licenses for dentists licensed in other states to provide dental care to indigent populations in this state.
Chair recognizes Representative Gaines to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 521 is a measure that this body passed 161-0 back in March, and the only change was the effective date, changing it from July 1st to upon signature of the governor, and happy to answer any questions.
You do not appear to have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
On the gentleman's motion, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Anulowicz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Evstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G. Newton. Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague,
Yes.
Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell, Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes, Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Green, Gullett,
Yes.
Jones, J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby, Lott, Mathis,
Yes.
Metz,
Yes.
Momtahan, Park,
Yes.
Pruitt, Rogers, Singleton,
Yes.
Stovall, Williams R.,
Yes.
Allen, Beverly, Burns, Caldwell, Carson, Cooper, Corbett, Dollar, Dubnik, Dukes, Evans, Fleming, Gravely, Green, Harrell, Holly, Jaspers, Jones S., Kirby, McCall, Momtahan, Huen, Paris, Petrie, Pruitt, Reeves, Rutledge, Saints,
Yes.
Silcox, Smith L, Stovall, Thomas E, Trammell, Williams A, Williamson, Wilson.
Members will check the board and make sure that it is correct. Clerk will lock the machines. On the motion of the gentleman that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 521, the ayes are 156, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed. Chair recognizes Chairman Blackman for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move that we agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 337.
Chairman Blackman has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 337. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 337, to be entitled an act to amend Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to motor vehicles and traffic so as to provide for and regulate peer-to-peer vehicle sharing.
Chair recognizes Chairman Shaw Blackman to explain the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 337 relates to the car sharing program in Georgia. This creates a very basic regulatory framework and remains relatively unchanged over from the Senate. The Senate substitute remains relatively unchanged in what passed this body. The changes were really to help it align with the national NCOIL model. We changed a little bit to clarify a definition on peer-to-peer car sharing program, and then we changed the effective date. Overwhelmingly supported, and of course we have all industry players have approved of this language. The Insurance Commissioner's Office, the department is also supportive, and it's really spent a couple of years going through the legislative lay stall. So I really want to thank all the co-authors and legislative counsel for the time they put into this. Mr. Speaker, I'll try to answer any questions if there are any.
I do not. Oh, you do have a question.
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative, is that Wiedau or Gaines? Representative Wiedauer for a question to your left.
Do you yield?
I do.
Would you be referencing the Thomas Carlyle theory that you throw out a lot of bad legislation to bring up something that's good?
I'm glad to see the gentleman has been studying.
Thank you.
There are no further questions.
I do not see any further questions.
There are no further questions, Mr. Speaker. I will just ask for favorable consideration and yield the will.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute, House Bill 337, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines.
Alexander, Anulowicz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Evstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Huen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaud, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague,
Yes.
Bonner, Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell, Campbell, Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes,
Yes.
Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Gullett,
Yes.
Jones, J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby, Lott,
Yes.
Mathis. Mathis.
Yes.
Metz. Metz.
Yes.
Montahan. Park.
Yes.
Pruitt. Rogers. Singleton.
Yes.
Stovall. Williams R.
Yes.
Beverly. Bonner. Caldwell. Campbell. Dollar. Fleming. Gilligan. Gravely. Holly. Jones J. Kirby. Paris. Petrie. Pruitt. Pullen. Saints. Shannon. Silcox. Walensky. Williamson.
Members will look at the board and make sure that it is correct. Clerk will lock the machine on House Bill 337. The ayes are 152, the nays are 3. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 337. Chair recognizes Chairman Benton for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate sub to House Bill 86.
Chairman Benton has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 86. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 86 to be titled, an act to amend Part 11 of Article 17 of Chapter 2 and Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to complaints policy for teachers and other school personnel so as to provide that performance ratings contained in personnel evaluations are subject to complaint for teachers who accepted a school year contract for the fourth or subsequent consecutive school year.
Chair recognizes Chairman Benton to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, when this bill first went through the House, it passed 155 to 2. And what it does is it gives teachers who have accepted a school year contract for the fourth or subsequent consecutive school year the opportunity to appeal an unsatisfactory or ineffective personnel evaluation. This only includes those people that have done a fourth or subsequent contract, and this will give teachers a chance to feel like they're a part of their own evaluation. If there are no questions, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the well.
You have questions if you care to yield.
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Jasmine Clark in the gallery to your right for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Is it not true that we just voted on SB 68 and this exact same language is in that bill as well?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you.
There are no more questions, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield the well.
No. Huh? All right. On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute, House Bill 86, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines.
Alexander, Nulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokas, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R. Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E. Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A. Williamson, Yurda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D. Clark J. Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D, Jones S, Jones T, Jones V, Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B, Moore C, Morris M, Nelson, Huen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M, Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague,
Yes.
Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell, Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes,
Yes.
Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard, Gordon,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Gullett,
Yes.
Jones J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby,
Yes.
Lott,
Yes.
Mathis,
Yes.
Metz,
Yes.
Momtahan, Park,
Yes.
Pruitt, Rogers, Singleton, Stovall,
Yes.
Williams R,
Yes.
Honolowitz, Barr, Belton, Bennett, Beverly, Caldwell, Canton,
Yes.
Cannon, Clark D, Douglas, Donahue, Fleming, Gilliard, Jones T, Jones V, LaHood, McLean, Momtahan, Moore C, Paris, Perkle, Rutledge, Saints,
Yes.
Thomas E, Washburn, Wilson.
Members will look at the board and be sure it's correct. Clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 163, the nays are 0. This House has agreed. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 86. Chair recognizes Chairman Welch for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House agree to the Senate substitute to HB 786.
Chairman Welch has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 786. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 786 to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 1562 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating the number of judges in superior courts as to provide for an additional judge of the superior courts of the Flint Judicial Circuit.
Chair recognizes Chairman Welch to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This combines 3 judgeships that this House has approved for Cobb, Flint, and Ogeechee circuits. It does not affect the budget. We have postponed the actual term start date for 1 year so that it will not affect this budget cycle. With that, I ask for your favorable consideration of this bill. Thank you so much.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 786, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines.
Alexander, Anulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokas, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly,
Yes.
Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkle, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernal, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D, Jones S, Jones T, Jones V, Kausch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B, Morris C, Morris M, Nelson, Huen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M, Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague, Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes, Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Gullett,
Yes.
Jones, J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby,
Yes.
Lott,
Yes.
Mathis,
Yes.
Metz, Mompton, Park, Pruitt, Rogers, Singleton, Stovall,
Yes. Yes.
Williams R,
Yes.
Beasley Teague,
Yes.
Clark D, Douglas, Dukes, England, Fleming, Gaines, Hawkins, Hobson, Jackson D, LaHood, Mathiak, Metz, Newton, Paris, Reeves, Ridley, Smith M, Thomas E.
Members will look at the board and make sure that it is accurate. Clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute, House Bill 786, the ayes are 161, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute. Chair recognizes Majority Caucus Whip Kelly for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House agree to Senate Bill 410 as amended by the Senate.
Representative Kelly has moved that this House agree to the Senate amendment to the House substitute to Senate Bill 410. The clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 410 to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48.5.311 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to creation of county boards of equalization, duties, review of assessments, and appeals.
Chair recognizes Representative Kelly to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As y'all remember, Senate Bill 410 deals with closing a loophole that exists when property taxpayers appeal their property tax assessment. It closes a loophole where they're not able to be awarded attorney's fees if they appeal it up to Superior Court. The language that the Senate added is at the request of the clerks, and that is that if an appeal takes place, that if both parties consent, that it can be done through video conference. It would, again, only be if both parties consent to do that. I would ask for your favorable consideration. I'll answer any questions if there are any.
You do not appear to have any questions on the gentleman's motion. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines.
Alexander, Anulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, Laricchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernal, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Huen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague,
Yes.
Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
Dukes,
Yes.
Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Gullett, Jones JB,
Yes.
Kirby,
Yes.
Lott,
Yes.
Mathis,
Yes.
Metz,
Yes.
Momtahan, Park, Pruitt, Rogers, Singleton, Stonewall,
Yes. Yes.
Williams R.,
Yes.
Alexander, Barr, Bazemore, Bennett, Blackman, Bodie, Clark D., Douglas, Evans, Gaines, Gardner, Gertler, Hatchett, Henson, Hobson, Jackson D., Jaspers, Jones T., Jones V., Moore C., Powell, Pruitt, Ridley, Setzler, Thomas E., Williams M.F.
Members will look at the board and make sure that it's correct. Representative Ridley votes yes. Any others? Clerk will lock the machines on the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate amendment to the House substitute to Senate Bill 410. The ayes are 160, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed. Let me tell you the posture we're in. Need everybody to hang with us just a little longer. We got a couple of measures that we want to take up, and then we're going to try to get you out of here before too much longer. Just kind of bear with us just a little bit longer. I know it's been a long day, but we've gotten a lot of good work done. We're back on the rules calendar, the supplemental rules calendar set by the Rules Committee at their last meeting. If you don't have a copy of the bills, they are on the tables, I understand, out back of the chamber in the gallery in room 341. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 359.
Senate Bill 359 by Senator Huffstetler, the 52nd, Tillery the 19th, Strickland of the 17th, Albers the 56th, Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to insurance so as to provide for certain consumer protections against surprise billing. This bill having been referred to the Special Committee on Quality Health Care, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Kelly, the Majority Caucus Whip, to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I come before you today with a substitute to Senate Bill 359. And it's not hard to see what this bill will do. On line 17, we cited and named this bill the Georgia COVID-19 Pandemic Business Safety Act. We're here back to business, and we need to do everything we can to help get Georgia back to business as well. It's important that our state economy get back on track and experience the growth that we were going through before this horrible COVID-19 pandemic hit. And this is this House's effort to do that. It'll do it in this way. It'll provide some certainty and liability protections for businesses as to what they can expect should individuals want to come and visit their place of business. That's for all businesses in the state, along with all homeowners association, condo associations as well. These are things that we have to do to get our lives going again. We've worked diligently in this House with the business community, and we have strong support across the spectrum of the business community, including the support of the Metro Atlanta Chamber of Commerce, every one of our sports teams that takes place in our state. And that's important because people need to be able to get back to work. And the way you get people back to work is that the businesses have to feel comfortable opening themselves back up to work. And so that's what this does. Now, I've heard some concern that this may have an impact on work claims, but if you'll look on the bill, on line 157, it says nothing in this act has any impact on workers' compensation claims. That means that any right an employee had previously, an employee will have today. Mr. Speaker, I know there's others that may want to speak to the bill, but I just want to say this is important for us. We talk about being the best state in the nation to do business, and part of that is getting through this COVID-19 crisis and getting back to work. Mr. Speaker, I know that the hour's late, but this is important work that still has to be done, and I know that we're committed as a House to staying here and working through this legislation as we continue to do throughout the night. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to take a few questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Newton, Chairman Newton, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
I will.
Isn't it true that this bill will bring the needed jobs back, the employment that people need, will make a significant difference in, instead of 10% unemployment, moving Georgia back to the 4% we were enjoying, to where people were taking care of their families, their churches, their communities?
You're absolutely right. And what this bill will do is this will provide the protections that businesses need to open back up and to bring their employees back to work and allow us all to get our lives back to normal.
Will the gentleman further yield?
I will.
I want this also for the healthcare community, our not-for-profit hospitals, all of our hospitals, healthcare institutions, providers, dentists. Want to give them, while following clear standards, they will also be able to safely open back up to serve both the employees that work at these institutions, but even more importantly, all the patients of Georgia that need these businesses opened back up.
It absolutely will, and that's very important. I'm glad that we've been able to work diligently with the healthcare community on this, and this will provide much needed protections for them.
Thank you so much for getting Georgians back to work.
And thank you for the work you did as an ER doctor through this crisis.
Do you yield for a question from the majority leader of the House?
I was going to yield, but I'll take one more.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
I will.
Mr. Whip, is it not true that the small businesses of this state are the backbone of this state and the backbone of the economy of our country? And is it further not true that those companies, those individuals that operate those companies, are the folks that drive employment, that keep Georgians working in smaller shops, larger shops, and that this legislation will ensure those folks that they have the proper coverage, relationship with their employees to protect them, but also ensure that they're able to come back and do business in this state and move us out of this pandemic, this situation we're in.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Leader, and you're exactly right. As someone who has spent a lot of time working to help better our business community, you certainly know of what you speak, and this bill will provide much needed legal protection for them to do that. Mr. Speaker, I know there's others that may want to speak to the bill, and I ask for this House's favorable consideration. We all need to unite together so that we can get our economy growing again. I'll yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. We do have others that wish to speak on the bill, and the chair recognizes Representative McLean to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And colleagues of the House, I rise to ask you to vote no on this piece of legislation. You know, I heard my colleagues say that to open us back up. Well, we never closed. I don't think we ever closed. The people who worked in the plants, they didn't close. The people who worked in the food industry, they didn't close. The people who worked in the hospitals, they didn't close. They were still open. They were open each and every day. The postal worker, he was delivering your mail. Did anybody miss any mail? Any day? Not one day did you miss any mail. So you never closed. You talk about a pandemic. We are in the pandemic. And we came back March 16th. I'll never forget March 16th, longest it's a long day. March 16th, we came back. I got a text at 5 o'clock that morning from my admin in the city. She says, I've been admitted to the hospital, and they diagnosed me with pneumonia. That was on that Monday morning. On that Thursday, I texted back and said, I'll pray for you, because, that's the right thing to do. On that Thursday, I get a text from her husband, and he says she's been diagnosed with COVID. Well, it was coronavirus then. It was the coronavirus on the 19th, on that Thursday. Well, and I says, wow. We didn't know very much, but on that Sunday, she passed. She was my admin for 22 years in the city of Atlanta, and I never had a chance to say bye. Her husband didn't have a chance to say bye to her as well, because he was quarantined for 14 days. On yesterday, there was 1,750 cases in the state of Georgia. 1,750 cases in the state of Georgia. Today, there were new cases. New cases. I need to straighten this up. 1,900 new cases today. So what I'm saying to you is we need to vote no. The reason we need to vote no for it, because these people, the people that I serve in labor, the people that I served for so many years, the employees, the workers, there's no protection for them, because usually if they're working, there's no separation. At Plant Vogtle, there's no difference in an electrical worker going to work and somebody just walking through looking at it. No one in this building, no one in this room works in the chicken pen. It's for the food and commercial workers. Not one person in here. There are new cases each and every day. And we've got to do better. It's impossible. Do you know how hard it would be to have a workers' claim, a workers' comp claim about COVID? It would be almost impossible. You know why it would be impossible? Because they don't know if you called COVID a year ago, 5 months ago, or if COVID was there the day before. This is not a good bill. This bill is not good at all. It's not good for people that you employ. Now, it might be good for an employer. It might be good for a workers' comp attorney, but it is not good for the employee. It is not good for a worker. You know, in Gwinnett County, I'll never forget, I was keeping the data. 2 weeks ago, we were number 5. We were number 5 of counties. Today, we're number 1, and we ain't looking back. We're not looking back. We're already 1,000 more than Fulton County in this county. Fulton County is the county that you're in. We've got to realize, we've got to say to people that we talk to each and every day that we care about them. We always talk about we came here to represent those that are voiceless. Well, I'm saying to you that the people that we need to start to protect are the people that are working, because they didn't close. The warehouse workers didn't close. You went and shopped and ate every day. You didn't close. Your postal worker, you didn't close. So what I'm saying to you all is that we've got to make a decision, or are we going to think about saying that we're going to reopen? Well, it's not a such thing as a reopen. We have to improve. But first, there are 3 things I think we must do. We must find a vaccine. We must find a cure. We must find treatment. I still have no idea. No one is mentioning to me what we did with those 1,900 people. No one has said that, you know, do we send them home and quarantine them for 14 days? Do we tell them to go home and drink 3 gallons of water? Or do we go home and tell them to take an aspirin? I have no idea what we do with the workers, these folks that are being tested, new cases each and every day, what kind of treatment they're having. I have no idea. What are we doing for contact, tracing? I have no idea either. But all I know is that we just can't keep kicking this can down the road, and 359 will not do anything for workers. Not anything for the people you're supposed to be caring about. I think I shared the one story with you all about the worker, but I've attended 5 funerals. 5 funerals, COVID-19. And the worst one that I attended was a friend of mine, a former pro football player. And at that time, it was early. And the only thing, it was 10 people. They only allowed 10 in the service. 10. I'm one of the 10. The pastor's one of the 10. So therefore, now you at 8. And you're in a 300-seat facility. And the wife is sitting on the front row here. The sister is sitting 2 rows back, and I am in there with a mask on and gloves, which was mandatory, which I kind of like. At least you can take your mask off when you come here to speak, and you can hear a little bit better. But have you ever looked out at 10 people in a 300-seat capacity, and all you see is a mask and gloves, and you trying to say something about their loved one? People, we are better than that. We are better than that. And I'm asking my colleague one more time. I'm going to ask you, I'm asking you passionately, we need to vote no on 359. We need to send a message that, sure, we're the number 1 place to do business, but we're also the number 1 place for people to work and take care of their families. With that, Mr. Speaker, I leave the well.
Chair recognizes Representative Al Williams to speak to the bill.
Before I do, that was a lot of talking now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard my colleague eloquently speak about the workers, and he was certainly on time, but I'm not here, I'm from another direction. While I've always supported workers, 45 years of my working career has been either owning a business or working in business consulting. That's all I've ever worked with. So I love business. I don't have a problem with business. And I love being in a place for 7 straight years has been the best place to do business. But I want us to go 7 straight years as the best place to live and raise a family too. What I'm concerned about, more so than anything, is kind of under the radar, and I asked this in rules and I was answered. What about the people in nursing homes who won't have a legal recourse because of this legislation? There was a time, and the conversation changed in this country, when especially Democrats, and a lot of times Republicans, talked about poor people. Only people get talked about now are working people in the middle class. A lot of poor people are in nursing homes. Poor people. And we've looked like we've forgotten them. Disproportionately, they have died during this pandemic. I understand many people have died. But the problem with this legislation is, what about those that suffered before the pandemic when nursing homes were written up time and time and time again for poor service, for terrible service? I'm not talking about since the pandemic alone. You can go down the list and look at nursing homes written up time and time again. People who can't speak for themselves and can't do anything, laying up there at the mercy of corporations who can afford lobbyists, and they're just sitting there, usually on Medicaid, and dying like flies during this pandemic. I have one in my district, one right outside of my district. The one right outside of my district is an excellent facility. One in my district is not so excellent. Closed down an entire wing because mold was falling through the ceiling. Water on the floor, having to come in and vacuum up water time and time again. These folk couldn't speak for themselves. One thing about nursing homes, the first year, all the birthdays, all the special days, Christmas visitors. Second year, Mr. Birthdays just come for Christmas and special days. Third year, hardly nothing. After that, and people stay in these facilities sometimes 8 and 10 and 12 years, nobody comes to see about them. And the only people can talk for them are those of us that have the opportunity to speak for them. You telling me that it's good business to let people die because you didn't keep your facility up? Now you can't even sue them for it? All these years of decrepitness, terrible facilities, substandard food, don't even cut the grass, and they get paid the same thing by everybody. And the only people losing are families without a voice and people who don't even have families. Oh yes, I love to do business, and I'm glad we're doing business. But what about the least of ours? We're going to be judged by what we did for those who can't speak for themselves. No, it's not. The legislation protects those who don't deserve protection because they were lousy at business before the pandemic, and they will be lousy afterwards. We passed this kind of legislation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I leave the well.
Chair recognizes the Minority Leader of the House, Leader Trammell, to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the gentleman from the 100th District and the gentleman from Liberty County have articulated very well-developed critiques of this bill, and I'm going to be very brief. But I just want to call your attention to line 10 of the bill, the findings of the General Assembly, and line specifically that it's for healthcare institutions, facilities, and workers that require additional flexibility. And then in lines 13 through 15 of the bill, the finding that certain protections that were provided in the governor's executive orders should continue beyond the public health state of emergency, and that's for healthcare institutions, facilities, and workers. But you know, this bill has an interesting name in Section 2. the Georgia COVID-19 Pandemic Business Safety Act. Let me tell you something. Businesses don't get COVID. People get COVID. This bill doesn't seek to protect people from COVID. It seeks to protect businesses against people. If we want to talk about safety, what we should be talking about is ways to make workers safe. Ways to make Georgians safe. That's the missing piece of this bill. We're not talking about providing protective equipment in the bill for people, frontline workers who had to go in. When I had the luxury to be able to sit in my house and shelter in place, other frontline workers had to go to work. This bill does nothing for them. And so we spent the resumed legislative session, and this is what we decide is what we need to do about COVID. You know, if I had to say one thing about this bill, it would be that it surely demonstrates the seriousness of COVID-19. If we're in a position that we think we need to provide immunity because COVID-19 is such a terrible event, then you know what else we need to be doing as a body? We need to be legislating about public health measures that would keep people safe. And we're not doing it. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to oppose this bill because we should be talking about keeping Georgians safe. Businesses will be fine. And the final point, when we talk about a resumed economy, you know, the economy is not going to get better because we provide immunity protections for business. The economy is going to get better when people feel safe. When they feel like they can go to work and interact again without risk of contracting COVID. And that's not going to happen just because we provide immunity. That doesn't change the situation whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for questions if there are any. If not, I'll yield the well.
Do you yield for questions?
I do.
Chair recognizes Representative Bruce to your right for a question.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Is it true to say that passage of this bill and given the rights that we're talking about to these companies in effect takes that right away from general citizens and people who are apt to be hurt by all of this? Is that safe to say?
I think that's a fair characterization. And, you know, I think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. Would you hear it one more time?
I will.
Would this not be better handled by just people that own businesses taking out an insurance policy to cover whatever damages they have?
I think insurance is certainly an option. Look, the truth is that, you know, the type of, there's a cynical core at this bill. And the cynical core is, you know, we don't immunize, provide immunity to businesses for the flu or other diseases. You know, the reality is this could have been narrowly tailored the way the findings suggest to provide protection for healthcare institutions who are in the front lines and treating patients who are coming in. But instead, this is an effort to glom on. It's like a free-for-all for immunity. You mention the word immunity and everybody wants in on it.
One last thing, if I could.
I yield.
By giving this to the businesses, are we not in fact incenting them to be lackadaisical as they go forward with this? You know, if you have no consequence for the actions you take, how conscientious are you going to be about those actions if there's no consequence to them?
Well, I think the gentleman has a point. I wouldn't say necessarily that they're incentivized to do that, but I think there is a risk of a moral hazard. And that moral hazard is that if you have immunity, and it doesn't matter what you're doing, then you're less likely to take the types of steps that would keep people as safe. And the final thing I would say before I yield the well, Mr. Speaker, is, you know, when I was at home in the middle of this COVID crisis, I didn't get any emails from local businesses saying, hey, the most pressing thing that we need to do to combat COVID is to provide immunity for businesses. But you know what? I got a lot of emails from workers who were concerned about the lack of safety protection in their places of employment, and they were asking what could they do. And the sad answer that I had to give back to them is not much. You can call DPH if they're not following the guidelines in the executive orders, but with this, the answer will be tell them you're out of luck. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Anulowicz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokas, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatch, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas. Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans. Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson. Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly. Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D. Jones S. Jones T. Jones V. Couch. Kennard, Lopez Romero, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B, Moore C, Morris M, Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaud, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M, Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague,
No.
Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
No.
Burchett, Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson, Dukes,
No.
Gamble,
Yes.
Gilliard,
No.
Gordon,
No.
Green,
Yes.
Gullett, Jones, J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby,
Yes.
Lott,
Yes.
Mathis,
Yes.
Metz,
No.
Momtahan, Park, Pruitt, Rogers, Singleton,
Yes.
Stovall,
No.
Williams R. Anulowitz, Barr, Barton, Clark D. Dickerson, Donahue, Earhart, Gardner, Holcomb, Holland, Hobson, Jackson D. Jones T. Jones V. Kennard, Momtahan, Morris M. Paris, Pruitt, Setzler, Smyrie, Walensky, Williams R. Wilson, Yerda.
What purpose does Representative Holland rise?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Rule 133, I ask to be excused from the vote.
The lady has that right, and the journal will so reflect. Members will take a moment and look at the board and make sure it's accurate. And the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of Senate Bill 359, the ayes are 104, the nays are 56. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Okay. House will be at order. The chair recognizes the chair of the House Appropriations Committee for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 793.
Chairman England has moved that the House adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 793. The clerk will read the Conference Committee report.
The Committee of Conference on House Bill 793 recommends that both the House of Representatives and the Senate recede from their positions and that the attached Committee of Conference substitute to HB 793 be adopted. For the House of Representatives, Terry England of the 116th, John Burns of the 159th, Jan Jones of the 47th. For the Senate, Blake Tillery, the 19th, Mike Dugan of the 30th, Butch Miller of the 49th.
Before I recognize you, Mr. Chairman, I'm encouraged to see that you have not only do not have multiple water bottles, but you only have half of one. Oh, I'm sorry. You hid them from me. Chair recognizes Chairman England to explain the Committee of Conference report for House Bill 793.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I think we're kind of to the point that we've all been waiting for. I know I've certainly been waiting for it to get here today. First, as always, we need to make several thank yous. When we left here in March, we thought we were gone for about 2 weeks. 2 weeks turned into 3 months, and much happened in that 3-month period. I wound up with a new partner on the other side of the building to work with. And Chairman Blake Tillery, I want to tell you tonight, has done an outstanding job stepping into some very large shoes that he has to fill. Melody Debussy and her team at the Senate Budget and Evaluation Office have done an incredible job as well. Our folks, the ones I'm so proud of, the House Budget and Research Office, have been incredible. Martha and Christine and all the team across the street over there have spent hours and hours and hours, literally, poring over information, trying to understand how federal funds were being used or could be used and how they can be used in different areas. They have truly done an outstanding job. Kelly Farr and his team at OPB, they have done an incredible job as well. We have truly had a partnership as we have gone through these last 3 months trying to figure out where this ship of state would land as we came back into session to adopt a budget. My administrative assistant, Ashley Newton, down in 245, she has answered thousands of phone calls, as most of your admins have as well, from unemployment issues to anything under the sun that you can imagine. But I need to say a special thank you to someone tonight that I haven't had a whole lot of time with for the last many weeks, my wife Cindy. When I've been there, I haven't really been there because we've been on Zoom calls, we've been on emails, we've been on conference calls, and first one thing and another. And I've been just a little more than distracted while I've been home. So thank you to her. So as we were here in September, we were having discussions about the governor's idea to reduce the state's budget by 6%. We came back in with that plan in mind. As we left here and adopted a budget on March the 10th, and then as we left here on the 13th to come back on the 16th for a day, we felt good about the budget we had passed. We'd given our hardworking state employees and our school teachers a very well-deserved raise. Then COVID-19 hit. Something like none of us living today, with the exception of maybe Chairman Don Hogan, who was here during the 1918 Spanish flu. Nothing like this have we ever seen in our lifetimes. We lived through the Great Recession. We saw what it did to our state's economy, to our nation's economy, to the world's economy. But it was spread over a period of 3 or 4 or 5 years. What we've seen happen to us now happened in 1 quarter. I hope it is a V instead of a U or a trough. And I have much optimism to think that it's going to be a V. Georgia continues to outperform the nation in our retail sales and credit card transactions. Matter of fact, we are doing about twice as well as the rest of the nation. But we're still short. It's still required that our governor do the prudent thing in coming back and lowering the revenue estimate from what he had originally established when we were here in March. It was necessary. It was prudent. Thankfully, through the time of the last 7 or 8 or 9 years of recovery from the Great Recession, we have had the ability to restore and build upon our rainy day fund here in the state of Georgia. We've done so to the point of about $2.8 billion. As the brakes were applied in March, April, and May, I, for one, was very thankful that we were able to do that. Some things I want to tell you about in this budget. While it's a 10% reduction basically across the entire budget, many agencies are not reduced to the level of 10%. Some agencies were able to help a little more than others, so you'll see some that are a little over 10%. But as a whole, throughout the budget, it's basically a 10% reduction. It was necessary when $2 billion, or almost $2.5 billion, disappear out of the revenue stream almost overnight. Within the budget and the revenue estimate that the governor gave us as a revised revenue estimate on Monday, he is recognizing funds from the RSR of about $250 million. Why not more, you may ask? Well, statute requires that 4% of prior year revenues remain in the rainy day fund, in the RSR. It also requires that 1% be set aside as well for the midterm K-12 adjustment. So that's 5% of prior year revenues that have to be left in the RSR and cannot be touched, cannot be appropriated. They can be touched under the trigger that revenue, once we get into the new fiscal year, they can be touched at that point to pull those funds down if the governor deems it necessary. Understand that to finish out FY20, it will take us somewhere over $1 billion out of the RSR to close out the books. That's why we're only moving $250 million at this time. I want to thank our members of the Appropriations Committee, both Republican and Democrat. We've heard from many of you. We've taken many suggestions. We've taken many points or concerns that you have had as we've gone through this process. And I want to tell you that the budget you have on your desk in front of you today is much different than the budget that left the desk of the Senate last Friday. With the governor lowering the projected cut from 11% to 10%, it has made some significant changes within this document. First off, I know many of you had concerns about pre-K and HOPE. Pre-K and Hope remain left alone. Thankfully, our lottery sales have remained incredibly strong, and we still have the only lottery in the United States of America that has continued to grow during its entire lifetime. Education still receives 53.2% of the total state funds that are allocated in this budget. While there is a reduction in QBE of 10%, or about $950 million, one thing I want you to understand and note, that there were also $457 million in federal funds that were distributed by the Georgia Department of Education to our school systems in the state to help offset some of the reductions that I'm assuming they knew that we were going to have to make. And they were distributed on the Title I formula. So when you look at it that way, it winds up being about a 4 to 4.5% cut to the funds going to education, because those school systems can use those federal funds to replace revenue. Also, hear me in when I say that K-12 enrollment growth is fully funded. Training and experience, the steps for our teachers, are fully funded in this budget. Equalization, that is vitally important to our rural school systems, is fully funded in this budget. Sparsity grants are fully funded in this budget. The Senate, as they were having to work toward an 11%, found it necessary, and I don't disagree with them because they were trying to find dollars anywhere they could find them. They had made a reduction at student or pupil transportation. We have been able to fully restore that transportation fund back to where it was in previous years. Governor's Office of Student Achievement, many of you have expressed your concern about the Governor's Honors Program and several other things that were being done there at GOSA. We have basically sort of restructured it. Many years now we've been putting different things at GOSA and taking a few things away and putting things back, and first one thing and another. But we have reallocated funds within GOSA. $1.7 million for the Master Teacher Leadership Academy, $1.6 million for Governor's Honors, $1.5 million for Growing Readers, and $1.8 million for the Georgia Awards Program. Those are there and funded. Higher education, both our university system and the technical college system of Georgia, they do see cuts as well. But understand, they also receive significant federal funding to offset what they knew would be some difficulties that they would be facing. But understand as well, their methods of teaching may very well be different come this fall, moving toward a virtual model, as well as K-12 systems may have to do as well. I want to mention one other thing on the K-12 systems before I move on. As we came through the Great Recession, and we made necessary cuts back at that time, our school superintendents, our school boards, our administrators within the school systems realized at that point that they were caught short in many ways and knew that they could do better when funding revenue from the state or from the federal government took a dip. They know we have to live under a balanced budget just as they do. Our school systems have done an outstanding job in the intervening 8 or 9 years in building local reserves. Our local systems are sitting on about $3.3 billion in reserves on the local level, more than the state of Georgia itself has in the bank right now. I'm not complaining, I'm bragging on them. I'm proud of them for the job that they have done to prepare for the next dip in the economy. The Department of Labor. I know I've had tons of conversations with many of you as it relates to the Department of Labor and trying to get the onslaught of people that they've been trying to help and trying to give assistance to. For the last 2 weeks, I've been staying downtown in a hotel that's directly across the street from the Department of Labor building. I want to brag on those folks for just a second. I'm an early riser, and as I've been getting up in the mornings and getting dressed, I've been looking out the window. And what startled me last Monday morning a week ago was to see Department of Labor employees leaving the parking lot, walking to the building at 5:45 in the morning. We would finish here late. I would get back to the hotel 8:30, 9 o'clock, sometimes a little bit later, to look across in that building, still see office lights on and people in there working. Those folks have done an outstanding job. One that we know very well, many of us know very well, that I talk to on a fairly regular basis. I was talking to her the other day about a certain claim, and she shared with me that she had 24,300 emails in her inbox of folks she was trying to help. Keeping that in mind, there are no reductions to the Department of Labor. The conferees also felt that because of the pandemic, it was necessary and prudent to help the Department of Public Health as well. The county grant and aid money has been put back into the budget that goes directly to our counties and the county health departments. In this budget as well, funds 6 months of postpartum care for mothers on Medicaid, $19.7 million. There is also $8 million in new investments for behavioral health core services that increase the capacity across this state for those individuals needing help. $2.5 million in new funds are directed to open 95 crisis beds in this state as well. We know that DBHD is going to face an issue as we come out of this pandemic, and we felt that it was necessary to make sure that they were equipped to handle that. Also, there's enough money in there today now to go back to the House position of 100 now in comp waivers for those with disabilities across this state. Addiction services, another thing that DBHDD has to deal with. We've heard from many of you talking about the addiction recovery centers and stressing a little bit about those potentially having to close. The $3.6 million proposed reduction there has been wiped out and they have been restored. Many, many things within this budget to be proud of. Many, many things in this budget to vote yes on. As the governor gave us his revised revenue estimate, he included in it something that he felt was necessary and we certainly agreed to. And that was $15 million additional dollars to the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council to help further law enforcement training and understanding how to de-escalate events. If you'll remember, in FY17, we also started a program at GIPSTIC, the Georgia Public Safety Training Center down in Forsyth, Georgia. $2.1 million since then has been spent to add a class on de-escalation. And those since 2017 on have received that as their base schooling. And as those post-certified officers go back for additional training, they also get that schooling as well. Criminal justice also requires a sound and timely processing of evidence. So as you look at GBI, you'll see that those individuals that we need to process rape kits and other evidence, that funding has been restored as well. The proposed original reductions to the accountability courts have been restored to funding as well too. You know, personal services is government's largest expense. And when faced with reductions of historical magnitude, the budget options had to contemplate reductions in force and in furloughs. However, House Bill 793, hear me well, House Bill 793 does not contemplate any furloughs. Let me say it again. House Bill 793 does not contemplate any furloughs. Many were proposed, and truly, honestly, the difference of 1% from 11% to 10%, we were able to eliminate any and all furloughs within this budget. We've consistently asked our state workforce to do more with less, especially during the Great Recession and the time after it. And technology has certainly helped. And I think we're going to see a lot of changes in state government and business in general, because we figured out teleworking works pretty well. In talking with Director Tom Rawlings at DFACS, he has been amazed that the casework that their folks have been able to do that normally came into an office from 8 to 5 every day has actually increased as they have been working from home. Because less distractions, more time to focus on what they're doing. To our state employees who were stressed about the potential, tripped on that one, the potential for furloughs, we're sorry that you had to go through that stress. We understand that. Any of us that have worked for an employer understand when downsizing or furloughs or whatever are being talked about is very stressful. But we're very thankful for the job that you do on a daily basis. From our law enforcement individuals, to our admins here, to the folks at Department of Labor, DOT, Department of Ag, wherever, corrections, juvenile justice. I've started down a list. I'm afraid somebody will get mad because I stopped, but our time is limited. But thank you to those individuals that keep us safe, keep us healthy, and keep us educated. Ladies and gentlemen, I typically walk through the tracking sheet. I brought a case of water just in case you want to. But there are 2,035 lines that show up as differences within the House version of this budget. I don't figure you want to stay here and listen to me talk that long. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to answer a few questions. This budget has been on everyone's desk for a little over 24 hours now. I think we've had time to look at it. I know we've had time to ask questions because our office has been fielding questions. I saw Melody with the Senate Budget Office a few minutes ago. She said she'd been answering some of your questions from House members. I hope we have answered your questions. I hope you understand what you have in front of you. It's tough to cut 10%. There's nothing easy about cutting 10% out of a budget. But I truly believe that what you have on your desk in front of you is something that you can go home and be proud of. And I see Senator Lucas, and I want to mention one last thing before I take questions. Senator Lucas and I have chaired or co-chaired the Governor's Rural Hospital Stabilization Commission for quite a few years now. It's kind of our passion, something we share and have a lot in common in, but is our joint passion there. And one of the things that I'm very proud of in this budget as well is we were able to go in and put some additional funding in to help our rural hospitals. We know that putting the brakes on elective surgeries impacted our rural hospitals dramatically. Right now they're in pretty good shape because they don't do the collections for those billings until another month or so. We know that there will be a crisis at that point. And I feel like that we're set in a way to help those hospitals at that point in time. Mr. Speaker, I'll answer a question or two, and then I'll get out of the way because I know about the next thing is maybe the governor and us going home.
Chair recognizes Chairman Beverly to your left for a question.
His habit.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that I have a tremendous amount of respect for you? I think that you are a fantastic legislator. I say, is it not true that I have a tremendous amount of respect for you, that you are a fantastic legislator?
Thank you.
A great chairman, and that your staff is above reproach. Is it further not true, and here's the heart of the question, that this budget does not contemplate cutting corporate loopholes around that could generate approximately $500 million where we wouldn't have to actually cut anything, that we can leverage? It's not true that this budget does not contemplate. The question is it not true that this budget did not contemplate cutting corporate tax credits across the board?
Well, thank you for that question, and no, it does not, and here's why. Even if we did a rollback on those today, the impact would still be next year. would still be at the earliest 6 months, whether it be looking at tax credits that we use and have used to make Georgia the #1 state in the country to do business in, and take it another step further, looking at tobacco funds. I know there's been a lot of discussion about tobacco taxes here. Even if that had been contemplated in it, we would not be able, or even if that had passed, we would not be able to recognize it until at least January of next year. Understand, we have a guardrail to work within, and that guardrail to work within is what the governor sets as the revenue estimate. Had he included that in there, and that bill stalled or failed or stopped or whatever and didn't make it across the finish line to make it to his desk, and he had included $200 million is the number I've seen on tobacco. Had he included that in his revenue estimate, and we got back here in January, it would make our job in the amended budget much, much worse. Because what happens at that point, if you've come up short because some of those things didn't pass, then at that point, contracts have been issued for K-12 school systems. They've been issued at Regents and at Technical College System for instruction. You've taken effectively 53.2% of the budget off the table to be able to work within, to be able to balance the rest of the budget, leaving roughly 46, 47% of the remainder, which are DBH, DD, DPH, DCH, DJJ, DOC, public safety, all those different entities that then, if we had looked at, say, a 5% cut instead of a 10% cut today, coming back then and knowing that those measures didn't pass, that money was gone, it was never there to begin with, then those reductions to those other agencies I just mentioned would probably be somewhere between 10 or 12% above the 5% that we would have theoretically based it on. So I would tell you, that's a whole nother discussion outside of the budget, but I would tell you that the revenue estimate we have in front of us is a prudent revenue estimate in the way that it was calculated and what were the things that were anticipated in it. Should some of that had moved, then we would have been in a better shape come January, potentially. But again, I've seen wildly varying numbers just on the tobacco tax number itself. I've heard anything from 50 to 500 million, so you never know. I hope that answers your question.
Gentleman, here for one other question.
Yes, sir.
Was there any consideration around doing a revenue anticipatory note or a tax anticipatory note to cover the shortfall? Because we're in a pandemic that we could easily leverage debt in this particular space to cover the cost of the cuts and then come back with a date certain that are repayable. So if we did a revenue anticipatory note at a date certain a year from now, we could invariably have the revenue to cover the cost.
The only way that the state government can do that is that it has to be taken and repaid within the same fiscal year. And to make what I think you're thinking about work, you would not be able to do it within the same fiscal year. Because if revenues never rebounded, we would not have that ability to repay it, and we would sure enough be in a bad spot at that point. Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I'll take one more question. I think everybody has a very good idea of how they're going to vote. And I don't want to cut folks short, but at the same time, we've had a little over 24 hours to talk about it, and I certainly hope that we've been able to answer as many questions as possible in that time. So one more question.
Well, you have 6 lined up, but if you're only going to take one more, I recognize one member of the Democratic caucus. We'll go to the Republican caucus and recognize Chairman Hawkins to your right for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I've said to you over many years, thank you for what you do. Privately, I want to say it publicly tonight. You've built 2 budgets this year, and God knows what we may face in the future. This is COVID-19. We may have a COVID-20 and 21. And I want to tell you, I feel very comfortable having a man like you helping us do this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, since that was an undeserved compliment, I'll take a couple more questions. If he had said it about our staff, then it would have been deserved, but he said it about me, so it wasn't deserved.
Chair recognizes Representative Oliver to your left for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I also want to thank you for your work, and particularly for you indulging me time and time again on many issues. But isn't it true, sir, that the frustration of having to do a billion-dollar cut makes us reflect on how things are just not changing quickly enough? And I direct your attention to the bond package from page 167 to 169, where we're purchasing for $5 million of bonds 400 or 500 new cars. You agree with me, I think, that our work patterns are changing. You agree with me that the rental units over at the Twin Towers has helped. Why is it that we continue to buy cars, 400 and 500 cars a year, in a budget crisis?
Well, I think because just like myself, things wear out. Vehicles certainly wear out. And what you and I have inherited, and all of us have inherited, is a fairly large fleet that we have managed to trim over the last 10 years, fairly significantly, but it's still a pretty large fleet. Even with the work patterns changing, there is still the need for many of our people, whether it be in juvenile justice, community supervision, corrections, pardons and paroles, Department of Ag, Department of Labor, I can go on, but there's still a need for them to be in person from place to place. And in talking with Commissioner Black, I'll use as an example, the fleet he inherited several years ago, they were spending more on repair and replacement of parts on those vehicles than what the vehicle was actually worth, but they didn't have replacements for them. So I share your concern. You and I have talked, I would say ad nauseum, but I don't get sick from it, but it's been a lot about this particular issue. And we've still got some work to do. I will tell you that I feel like we've still got some work to do. But I do know that I don't want one of our state employees stranded on the side of the road because they're still having to drive a vehicle with 175 or 180,000 miles on it that breaks down and strands them there. But we will get there. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, one more question, and I mean it this time.
Chair recognizes Representative Gertler in the gallery to your left for a question.
The gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that we've asked these departments, like our law enforcement, our education department, to make cuts, yet conveniently we have still fully funded the One Georgia Authority, which is not the proper role of government to interfere in free markets? Is it not true that that's really a slap in the face to the taxpayers and the economy in Georgia when we have a budget crisis? We're funding subsidies that are not conservative, not the proper role of government. Is that not true?
You and I have had several discussions on this particular point over your term here, and I would continue to say that the job of the One Georgia Authority, REBA grants, other things, are things that bring jobs to the state of Georgia. If you wish not to bring jobs to this state, then if you're ever in my shoes, you can do what you wish to. But I happen to be a very strong believer in the work that One Georgia does for our economy, for our rural areas around this state, and those that are probably going to be hurt or hit the worst of any communities in this state or the rural parts of this state during this pandemic. And I think it's an investment in our future, and I continue to think that. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield the well, and I commend to you the Conference Committee report on House Bill 793 and ask for your favorable consideration, and thank you for your time.
What purpose does Representative McLeod rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that taxpayers right now are paying over $127 million to private-run prisons?
I do not know the number, Representative. If you've researched it and that's your belief, I'm sure that you believe it to be true.
Another parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true, if this amount is correct, that we could be using this into our public school system and reduce the school-to-prison pipeline?
Well, I'm sure the lady believes that to be true.
Yes, the lady does.
What purpose does Chairman Welch arise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that with this budget, despite the 10% cuts, that again the House has put its stamp on leadership in terms of accountability courts, juvenile justice incentive grants, doing exactly what the lady was speaking about, redirecting individuals, giving them a second chance at a better life instead of incarceration, so that Georgians would have so that we would fulfill our pledge to have criminal justice reform and lead the nation in criminal justice reforms. Is it not true that we are maintaining that posture with this budget despite 10% cuts?
By continuing fully funding the accountability courts, there will be a lot of empty beds in prisons in Georgia. All right, that completes the parliamentary inquiries on the adoption of the conference committee report on House Bill 793. All those in favor of the adoption of the conference committee report will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine and call the roll.
Alexander, Anulowicz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Evstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly,
Yes.
Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yurda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D, Clark J, Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D, Jones S, Jones T, Jones V, Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B, Moore C, Morris M, Nelson, Wen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M, Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague,
No.
Bonner, Buckner,
No.
Burchett, Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell, Dickerson, Dukes, Gamble, Gilliard,
No.
Gordon,
No.
Green, Gullett, Jones, J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby,
Yes.
Lott,
Yes.
Mathis,
Yes.
Metz, Momtahan, Park, Pruitt, Rogers, Singleton,
Yes.
Stovall,
Yes.
Williams R, Alexander, Cantrell,
Yes.
Clark H, Cooper, Dickerson, Dreyer, Dukes,
Yes.
Gamble,
Yes.
Gilligan, Holcomb, Holly, Jackson M, Metz, Smyrie, Thomas A.M., Turner.
Members will look at the board and make sure it is accurate. I don't know what happened to social distancing. I guess I'm not even going to try anymore. Clerk will lock the machines on the adoption of the conference committee report on House Bill 793. The ayes are 104. The nays are 62. This House has adopted the Committee of Conference report and has approved a budget for fiscal year 2021. We do this every year, and we thank people who do a great job here, and we always thank the House Budget Office. But my goodness, they worked a miracle this year. Let's give Martha Wigdon, Christine Murdoch, and her team a great hand. Chair recognizes Chairman Tanner for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House agree to the Senate amendment to Senate Resolution 844.
Chairman Tanner has moved that this House agree to the Senate amendment to the House substitute to Senate Resolution 844. The clerk will read the caption.
Senate Resolution 844, honoring the life of Deputy Nicholas Blaine Dixon and dedicating a bridge in his memory.
Elder. Chair recognizes Chairman Tanner to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a road naming bill we sent back across the hall. There was an amendment on the Senate floor to a road that was a priority to the Lieutenant Governor and to the Chairman of Transportation in the Senate. They have amended it due to the late hour. Instead of further discussion, we're going to go ahead and ask for an agreement so that we can move this forward so that we don't endanger any of our House members' roads, bridges, etc., to these well-deserving Georgians that are on this legislation. So I would ask for you to agree to this amendment to Senate Resolution 844. With that, I'll yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to the House substitute Senate Resolution 844, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines.
Alexander, Anulowicz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley.
Mr. Clerk, suspend. We got a little bit more business to do. Now, we can stay here a long time to do it, or we can have order in the House and move it on a lot quicker. The clerk's office needs to be able to hear the responses of members to votes. And we're going to insist on there being order. We are not in a sine die mode yet. No, we're not. The clerk may proceed.
Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, Laricchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Huen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaud, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague, Bonner, Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett, Caldwell,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson, Dukes,
Yes.
Gamble. Gilliard.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Green.
Yes.
Gullett. Jones, JB.
Yes.
Kirby.
Yes.
Lott. Mathis. Metz.
Yes. Yes.
Momtahan. Park. Pruitt. Rogers. Singleton.
Yes.
Stovall.
Yes.
Williams, R. Anulowitz. Beasley Teague.
Yes.
Bennett. Cook. Dickerson. Douglas. Frazier. Gertler. Holland. Holly. Houston. Jackson D. Jackson M. Lopez Romero. Nelson. Rich. Williams A. Williamson.
Members will look at the board and be sure it is accurate. Clerk will lock the machine on the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate amendment to the House substitute to Senate Resolution 844. The ayes are 162, the nays are 0. This House has agreed. Chair recognizes Chairman Hitchens for a motion. Not a story, a motion.
I make a motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 819.
Chairman Hitchens has moved that this House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 819. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 819 to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 5 of Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to issuance, expiration, and renewal of licenses.
Chair recognizes Chairman Hitchens to explain his motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. You probably remember about 3 months ago I brought House Bill 819 here, and it's a special bill to me. It's all about honor and integrity and remembrance. Representative Park brought this bill to me. It wasn't my bill, but because he knew that I was a Marine Vietnam veteran, he thought it was best that I handle it. It's a bipartisan bill. There are 2 Republicans signed on here and 4 Democrats. Senator Ed Harbison, who's also a Marine Vietnam veteran, carried this bill over in the Senate. But what it provides for is that a naturalized citizen of the United States, who's also a citizen of Georgia, who served in the military of another country who was allied with the United States, would be entitled to receive a veteran's license. In specificity, there are about 50 Koreans that live up in Gwinnett County that fit this criteria, and I've been able to go up there and meet with them and made a lot of new friends, and they're great people, and this is a matter of honor to them, and they really seek this. It went through every committee without opposition, and I was shocked yesterday when I went over and they voted on it in the Senate chamber. An amendment was attached to it. And I really don't have much problem with the amendment personally, but I was shocked when I found out later that it passed both houses 3 years ago when it was vetoed by the governor. Now there's a different governor now, but this is a simple amendment. What it does is it prohibits law enforcement officers from taking possession of vehicles that don't have license plates on them or who haven't paid their yearly tax on their vehicle. And I have no issue with that. I certainly
We'll answer any questions. If there are no questions, I'll yield the will.
I do not see a single question from here to Pooler. Oh, wait a minute, you do have one too. I'm sorry. Who is that? No, they waved. They waved. Okay. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 819, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Anulowicz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Huen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams, MF. Williams, N. Wilson. Beasley, Teague.
Yes.
Bonner. Buckner.
Yes.
Burchett.
Yes.
Caldwell.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Cantrell.
Yes.
Dickerson. Dukes.
Yes.
Gamble. Gilliard.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Green.
Yes.
Gullett. Jones, JB.
Yes.
Kirby.
Yes.
Lott. Mathis. Metz.
Yes.
Momtahan. Park. Pruitt. Rogers. Singleton. Stovall.
Yes. Yes.
Williams, R. Bazemore. Bennett. Blackman. Dickerson. Dickey. Douglas. Dreyer. Frazier. Jackson D. Jackson M. Jones T. Kelly. McLean. Nelson. Quinn. Oliver. Paris. Pruitt. Rogers. Thomas, A.M. Williams, R.
Members will look at the board. Clerk will lock the machines. On the motion, the ayes are 160, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 819. Chair recognizes Representative Momdahan for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House agree to the Senate substitute for House Bill 463.
Representative Momdahan has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 463. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 463 to be entitled an act to amend Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating motor vehicles and traffic so as to provide for the issuance of a Class C driver's license to operators of certain three-wheeled motor vehicles.
Chair recognizes Representative Momdahan to present his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, I'll be short as the hour is late. This bill does three things, and the changes are as such. It creates a reciprocal driver's license that is sanctioned by the Georgia Department of Economic Development. It allows some flexibility in mailing notices to citizens of our state and allows a pilot program for electronic driver's licenses. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield for questions.
You have a question if you care to yield.
I yield.
Chair recognizes Leader Trammell to your left for a question.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will.
Isn't it true in section 1-3 of this bill that it eliminates the certified mailing requirement when your driver's license has been suspended?
I believe the citizen believes, I believe the representative believes that to be true.
Will the gentleman further yield?
I will.
And isn't it true that if you eliminate the certified mail requirement that you'll have people who do not know that their license has been suspended who could be taken to jail because there is not proof that they received that notice from the Department of Driver Services for being on for driving on a suspended license, even though they don't know they're doing that?
If the representative believes that to be true.
Yeah, we got.
Mr. Speaker, if that's all the questions, I would yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 463, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does our Chairman Watson rise?
Parliamentary.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that this bill allows Department of Driver Services the option to use certified mail or certificate of mailing, and that over half of the certified mail that they currently send out is returned to the state at a cost of over $500,000 and is wasted and thrown in the trash because no one receives it?
If the gentleman so states, he sounds like he's done a little research into it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, we're voting. The clerk will call the roll or unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Anulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Evstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, Laricchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Kausch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris, M. Nelson, Huen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith, M. Thomas, A.M. Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams, M.F., Williams, N. Wilson, Beasley, Teague, Bonner, Buckner, Burchett,
Yes.
Caldwell,
Yes. Yes.
Campbell, Cantrell,
Yes.
Dickerson, Dukes, Gamble, Gilliard, Gordon,
Yes.
Green,
No.
Gullett, Jones, J.B.,
Yes.
Kirby,
Yes.
Lott, Mathis, Matz, Montana,
Yes.
Park, Pruitt, Rogers, Singleton,
Yes.
Snowball, Williams, R. Bazemore, Beasley, Teague, Blackman, Dickerson, Dollar, Dukes, Earhart, Frazier, Gilliard, Gilligan, Gravely, Harrell, Henson, Jackson D, Jackson M, Jones S, Jones V, Kelly, LaHood, Nelson, Prince, Pullen, Scott, Sharper, Williams, R. Williamson, Wilson.
Members will look at the board. Clerk will lock the machine. On the motion, the ayes are 95, the nays are 55. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 463. Back to the rules calendar. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 104.
Senate Bill 104 by Senator Payne of the 54th, Stone of the 23rd, Albers of the 56th, Miller of the 49th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 3139-4 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to persons authorized to issue order not to resuscitate so as to revise parental requirement for consent. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Houston to present the bill.
Thank you. You have all voted on this bill before, every section of it. It's for nonprofit health clinics, volunteer health clinics, organ donors, food banks, and food banks, 4 things. I think I named 4. You've all voted unanimous for all of them, and I appreciate your support. It's to make them nonprofit. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
I do not see any questions. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Okay. Once again, we need to allow the clerk's office to be able to hear the votes of members. Please keep your conversations to a whisper. Clerk may proceed.
Alexander, Anulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkel, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernau, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D. Jones S. Jones T. Jones V. Couch. Kennard. Lopez Romero. McLean. McLaurin. McLeod. Meeks. Mitchell. Moore B. Moore C. Morris M. Nelson. Wen. Paris. Prince. Pullen. Robichaud. Saints. Schofield. Scott. Shannon. Sharper. Smith M. Thomas A.M. Turner. Walensky. Wilkerson. Williams M.F. Williams N. Wilson. Beasley Teague.
Yes.
Bonner. Buckner.
Yes.
Burchett.
Yes.
Caldwell.
Yes.
Campbell. Cantrell.
Yes.
Dickerson. Dukes. Gamble. Gilliard. Gordon.
Yes.
Green. Gullett. Jones, J.B.
Yes.
Kirby.
Yes.
Lott. Mathis. Metz.
Yes.
Momtahan. Park. Pruitt. Rogers. Singleton. Stovall. Williams R.
Yes.
Allen. Bazemore. Beverly. Blackman. Campbell. Clark J. Dickerson. Dollar. Dukes. Donahue. Frazier. Fry. Gilliard.
Yes.
Gilligan. Harrell. Jackson D. Jackson M. Jones J. Jones S. Jones T. Jones V. Lumsden. Morris M. Nelson. Huen. Pruitt. Reeves. Ridley. Rogers. Saints. Schofield. Scott. Silcox. Stevens R. Stovall. Tanner. Welch. Williams A. Williamson. Yurda.
Members will look at the board. What purpose does Representative Gilligan rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
May I confirm that we are voting on the LC 431702S, sir?
Where's the author of the bill? the LC. We are voting on LC 43-1702S.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I change or may I register a yes vote then, sir?
You have that right?
Thank you.
I think that was all the questions or parliamentary inquiries. Clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of Senate Bill 104, the ayes are 149, the nays are 0. This measure, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Now, we're about to have a visit from the governor of Georgia, but before he comes in, I got a little housekeeping note, and I mean housekeeping literally. As all of you know, this session has been different from most in many, many ways, and fittingly, it will end tonight in a different way. In an attempt to keep any additional personnel out of the building due to COVID-19 concerns, we do not have the small army of custodians coming through the chamber this evening. So, I want you to listen to me very carefully. Please do not tear up any papers in preparation for adjournment. I know that's a time-honored tradition and a lot of fun, but there's not going to be anyone here to clean it up. And when the time does come to adjourn, please do not throw any papers in the air. Again, there will be no one to pick them up. Also, please clean out your desk as you exit tonight. So I want to repeat that. I'm going to give you the real easy version. Don't tear papers up. Don't throw them upon adjournment, and clean your desk out as you leave this evening. And I thank you for your cooperation and assistance in keeping the people's house clean. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I want to announce the arrival of the Honorable Governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp, and honored guest.
Mr. Doorkeeper, please admit the Governor of Georgia and his guest to the chamber of the House. Governor, we used to try to finish session before Easter. I promise you we're going to be home for the 4th of July this year, okay? I want to just say a word or two about Governor Kemp, a longtime friend. You know, I told him one time over the course of this pandemic, you know, have you gone out and bought a book on how to cope with this and how to get through it? Because this has been such an unprecedented time, and this state has been tested, as has the nation and the world. But I appreciate his leadership and his management of this state through an unprecedented and very, very difficult time. I know I speak for all Georgians when I say that. So I appreciate your leadership during the session and the final 2 weeks of the session. And it's my pleasure now to introduce to you the Honorable Brian Kemp, the Governor of the state of Georgia.
Thank you all. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. I know this house and those folks on the other side of the hall continue to work, and I will be brief tonight, but I did want to just take an opportunity to come by, and I want to thank the Speaker and the leadership of this house on both sides of the aisle and the members for allowing me to do this. It's an honor to be with you. I know that you all in this situation that we have been in have been working at breakneck pace in the days behind us and today as well. I want to let you know that Marty and I and our 3 girls want to thank you, Speaker Ralston, and this Georgia House of Representatives for your thoughts and prayers during this unprecedented time. They have certainly been felt by myself as well as my family. I also want to thank those in the body that will be leaving us for your service to our state. As a former member of the legislature, I remember being a young freshman and having people like Chairman Tom McCall helping me learn the ropes as I served in the local delegation with him. Certainly people like one of my floor leaders, Representative Terry Rogers, and many others that I had the opportunity to visit with yesterday. Thank you for your service. But I want to thank all of you for your service and dedication to our state in these unprecedented and challenging times. And I want to especially thank you all for your support of the public health state of emergency, an unprecedented act that was taken earlier this year in the fight against COVID-19. At this critical juncture in our state's history, I am regularly reminded, Speaker, of a quote from Sir Thomas Carlyle: "Sic vos non vobis," thus we labor, but not for ourselves. With your help, this declaration has resulted in an unprecedented level of state, local, federal, private sector, and other coordination to combat COVID-19, to help strengthen our healthcare infrastructure, purchase life-saving equipment, and protect the lives and livelihoods of our fellow Georgians. And as you know, this virus is still deadly, and it is still affecting Georgians every day. I want to continue to urge and ask you to help me do that, all Georgians to heed the guidelines issued by public health officials and do their part to stop the spread of coronavirus. As you know, we have made tremendous progress in our efforts, thanks to the many that have been on the front lines, those heroes of today, our law enforcement, our healthcare workers, truck drivers, grocery store clerks, the National Guard that I'm pretty safe to say has been in every single state house district across our state, the State Patrol, the Georgia Emergency Management Agency, and the Departments of Public Health and Community Health. Their long hours and selfless service have been inspirational to me, and I know they have been to you as well. On January 16th of this year, I addressed the people of our state in this very chamber. In 2019, we accomplished so much together. Record investments in education, innovation in healthcare, and a renewed commitment to the safety of our citizens. That day, I outlined my vision for 2020, having established a strong foundation for our state. We would continue to build on that success. Unemployment was at record lows, job growth was strong, and our businesses were thriving. No one could have predicted that we would face a worldwide pandemic and grapple with the loss of life of so many Americans in just a short few months. And with this uncertainty, as a nation, we also witness with our own eyes the injustice in the deaths of Ahmaud Arbery and George Floyd. Communities continue to grieve and look for a path forward, one that unites us instead of dividing us. These unprecedented challenges hit all of us very hard, our families and our constituents. And as state leaders, we must continue to stand strong for the people of our state, making tough decisions and doing what is right. And I am thankful that together, at the end of this legislative session, we have managed to do some truly remarkable work in our great state. We've passed a conservative budget that reflects our values, prioritized education, health care, and public safety, while confronting the challenges and the realities that we have before us. I cannot thank Chairman England and Chairman Tillery enough for their leadership in working alongside my team and the many others that Chairman England, I thought, did a wonderful job thanking earlier today to get this budget done. Despite these difficult times and against all odds, we are moving our state forward for the people of Georgia. And I have no doubt that if we keep building together, we will emerge stronger than ever before. Thank you all for your service. Good luck the rest of the evening. Be safe on your travels back home and to your district. Let us know if we can be of service, and God bless you all. Thank you, Speaker. Looks like it's going to be,
Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 373.
Senate Bill 373 by Senator Kennedy, the 18th Stone of the 23rd, Jones, the 10th, Gooch, the 51st, Cowles, the 46th, and others. To be entitled an act to amend Article 8 of Chapter 3, Title 14, and Part 6 of Article 4, Chapter 3, Title 46 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to directors and officers of nonprofit corporations and directors and officers of electric membership corporations and foreign electric cooperatives, respectively, so as to change provisions relating to the responsibilities and standard of care of directors and officers. This bill having referred to the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Chairman Rich to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the challenge of following the governor. I am bringing to you tonight Senate Bill 373, which is a very simple cleanup bill. There is nothing new here except to add nonprofits to this legislation. In 2017, the General Assembly joined 40 other states to establish gross negligence as the standard of care by which a court can hold officers and directors of Georgia for-profit corporations and banks and trusts liable. This was introduced late in the session, and it was an oversight that nonprofits were not included in this legislation, so this bill attempts to just clean that up. So I request your favorable consideration, and I will yield the will.
do not think there were any questions. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines and call the roll.
Alexander, Anulowitz, Barr, Barton, Belton, Bennett, Bentley, Benton, Beverly, Blackman, Bodie, Bruce, Burns, Carpenter, Carson, Chokus, Clark H., Collins, Cooper, Corbett, Dempsey, Dickey, Dollar, Drenner, Dubnik, Efstration, England, Irwin, Fleming, Fry, Gaines, Gardner, Glanton, Gravely, Harrell, Hatchett, Hawkins, Hitchens, Holcomb, Holmes, Houston, Hughley, Jackson M., Jaspers, Jones J., Kelly, Kendrick, Knight, LaHood, LaRicchia, Lumsden, Martin, Mathiak, McCall, Morris G., Newton, Nix, Oliver, Parrish, Parsons, Petrie, Perkle, Powell, Reeves, Rhodes, Rich, Ridley, Rutledge, Scoggins, Setzler, Silcox, Smith L., Smith R., Smith V., Smyrie, Stevens R., Tankersley, Tanner, Tarvin, Taylor, Thomas E., Trammell, Washburn, Watson, Welch, Werkheiser, Wiedauer, Williams A., Williamson, Yerda, Allen, Bazemore, Bernal, Cannon, Carter, Clark D., Clark J., Cook, Davis, Douglas, Dreyer, Donahue, Earhart, Evans, Frazier, Gilligan, Gertler, Henson, Hill, Hogan, Holland, Holly, Hobson, Howard, Hutchinson, Jackson D., Jones S., Jones T., Jones V., Couch, Kennard, Lopez Romero, McLean, McLaurin, McLeod, Meeks, Mitchell, Moore B., Moore C., Morris M., Nelson, Huen, Paris, Prince, Pullen, Robichaux, Saints, Schofield, Scott, Shannon, Sharper, Smith M., Thomas A.M., Turner, Walensky, Wilkerson, Williams M.F., Williams N., Wilson, Beasley Teague, Bonner,
Yes.
Buckner,
Yes.
Burchett,
Yes.
Caldwell.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Cantrell.
Yes.
Dickerson. Dukes.
Yes.
Gamble. Gilliard.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Green.
Yes.
Gullett. Jones, J.B.
Yes.
Kirby.
Yes.
Lott. Mathis. Metz. Momtahan. Park. Pruitt. Rogers. Singleton. Stovall.
Yes.
Williams R. Alexander. Bazemore. Bodie. Chokas. Clark H. Clark J. Dickerson. Drenner. Frazier. Gaines. Gamble. Hutchinson. Jackson D. Jackson M. Jones S. Jones V. Couch. Kennard. Lopez Romero. Metz. Moore B. Nelson. Nguyen. Oliver. Paris. Parrish. Powell. Prince. Pullen. Reeves. Rich. Rogers. Scott. Sharper. Wilkerson. Williams A. Williams R.
Yes.
Let's do this one at a time. One at a time. Mr. Clerk, would you call the names one at a time?
Bazemore. Dickerson. Drenner. Frazier. Jackson M. Nelson. Powell. Prince. Rogers. Williams A. Williams R.
Yes.
Okay, got Representative Carter. Representative Carter votes no. Okay, I think that gets it. What? Clerk will lock the machines. on the passage of Senate Bill 373. The ayes are 145, the nays are 11. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Okay, I want you to listen up. Listen up. We can never get too busy to remember the people that make this place run, and it's not us. I want to recognize some important people, and let's show them appreciation and respect, and the fact that we know they do a great, great job. First of all, the Fiscal Office, Director Jennifer Williams, and all of the Fiscal Office staff and the maintenance staff. The IT Department, Director Gordy Rivers and all of his staff. The Reapportionment Office with Director Gina Wright and her staff. Our Human Resource Director, Donald Cronin. Let's say thank you again for a job well done to the House Budget and Research Office Director Martha Wigden, Deputy Director Christine Murdoch, and all of their staff. The House Media Services. Wait, I'm not finished. Here is the director, Betsy Turow. But Betsy wanted me to give a special recognition to her staff. She says that they're all amazing, and she couldn't do what she does if it weren't for them. So the House Media Services staff. The Post Office, Director Corey Mulkey and his staff. The Temporary Sessions staff. The House interns. Betsy Turow gets 2 recognitions. She is the House Messenger, Betsy Turow. And her trusty deputy, Holly Pitcock. Now these are the people that matter. The House administrative assistants and all of the administrative staff. And I want to give a special thanks to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the Capitol Police, and the Georgia State Patrol for the security they provide here at this Capitol every session. There are none finer in the land. And you know what they've typed up for me to say? Thank you to the Capitol Press Corps, the media. To the greatest clerk's office in the land, the Clerk of the House, Bill Riley. The Assistant Clerk, Crystal Roche. the clerk's office staff that works on the floor each session. Scotty Long, Carrie Vick, Ryan Keene, and I've saved some pretty important people for last. The office of the Speaker. She couldn't be here tonight, but I want you to continue to pray for Alicia Johnson and Carl. Michelle Spearman, Kathy Little, Kim Aiken, the security for me, which is a big job, Vince Mooney, who's not here, but Trooper Gerald Hanna is. Trooper Hanna. And our intern, Henry Tharp. And if you'll allow me a point of personal privilege, there's 4 people that when we went on suspension, I don't think they got a day off. They were working from home. We didn't see each other for 3 or 4 weeks, but they worked 7 days a week, fielding phone calls from members and trying to help members that were having problems and needing questions answered in their districts, and just an amazing job. And I can never tell them how much they mean to me and how impressed I was. It didn't matter what party that you were. They were going to help. Chief of Staff, Spiro Amberton. Communications Director, Caleb McMicken. General Counsel, Keith Williams. And multiple titles, Director of Constituent Services, and all around, she does everything. Holly Pitcock. We ready to go home? Okay. All right, so we'll have to have you be at ease just a moment. I'm in a bigger hurry to get out of here, I think, than our friends across the hall. But I understand that they're about to complete their last item of business. Huh? Representative Beasley Teague, do you wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We got a couple people standing, maybe 3, that's standing around here that this is their last night. Can you please, pretty please? And then we go home. They should be ready by then. Please let them speak.
Well, we've got several, and I don't mind.
A minute.
Yeah. Let's recognize those who won't be back.
Thank you.
John Burns has a parliamentary inquiry. He wants to recognize Augusta University for their.
First of all, though, the majority leader had, and he mentioned this to me earlier today. Leader Burns had a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that you tasked a committee that you allowed the minority leader, Trammell, and myself to chair that committee earlier this year to
help develop a protocol. And then you took that protocol, our suggestions, and developed the protocol for this house to keep everyone safe here. And we certainly appreciate your wisdom in that. But part of that protocol has been inside this building, manning the doctor of the day for the time we've been here, and also an FQHC from Middle Georgia that Chairman Hatchett provided for us. Had a unit outside that has provided to our medical needs and also provided COVID-19 testing and COVID-19 antibody testing and COVID-19 PCR testing. Mr. Speaker, is it not true they've done over 240 PCR tests and over 400 antibody tests on members and staff, probably now over 800 as of this day. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Augusta University, all the folks, the physicians there, Medical Association of Georgia, but especially, I won't call all their names. The minority leader and I are going to send out a list of the physicians that were here, but especially Dr. Brooks Keel and Dr. Russell Keene, who helped work all of this out. They've done yeoman's work, and I hope everyone here has taken advantage of that service to us. And just want to give a shout out to them and thank them for being here and taking care of our medical needs during this session.
All of that is true. Let's give them a hand. And let me also say that at some point after we got into the pandemic, we realized that we need to start looking at some alternative plans when we came back, and I wanted both parties to be at the table, and I appointed a bipartisan committee that was co-chaired by the majority leader and by the minority leader, and I know they had some intensive meetings and over many weeks and came up with some great recommendations that I think have made us all safer and made this session flow incredibly smooth, I think, under all the circumstances. So please give all of the members of that committee a good round of applause. Thank you. Okay, members that we owe a tribute to for your service, Representative Mabel Thomas, give her a hand. Representative Pat Gardner. Representative Valencia Stovall. Representative Vernon Jones. Representative Brenda Lopez Romero. Chairman Andy Welch. Representative Pam Dickerson. Representative Ken Pullen. Chairman Jimmy Pruitt. Representative Craig Gordon. Representative Jeff Jones. Representative Colton Moore. Representative Matt Gertler. Chairman Kevin Tanner. Representative Terry Rogers. Representative Kevin Cook. Representative Michael Caldwell. Representative Scott Turner. And Chairman Tom McCall again. Okay, so you know the posture we're in. The Senate is on a measure now. They have one more measure after that. We have no more business to take up. So when they complete their last measure, then we're going home. Members will come to order. Members will come to order. Hey, John. Chair recognizes the majority leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker.
Not yet. I have to say for a motion.
It's the first time I've done this, so I was just catching on.
Chair recognizes the majority leader of the House for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House adjourn, sine die.
The majority leader has moved that this House adjourn, sine die. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. This House stands adjourned, sine die.
Georgia,
Caleb set it up.
Georgia, the holy, just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Georgia.